Chapter 3298, Chapter 372, Astonishing Second Floor. Chapter 3298, Chapter 372, Astonishing Second Floor, Chapter 372, Astonishing Second Floor. There's a second phase to this quest. The system notification dumbfounded Shifeng. A legendary quest was originally more than enough of a headache already. Previously, Shifeng had no choice but to accept one because of the 100 refinement building. Yet, after going through so much effort to complete it, he was now told that there was a second phase to this quest. Moreover, of all the things he could have been asked to do, it just had to be the creation of a legendary mana body. A legendary mana body. This was something he had never even heard of. Shifeng's original goal in acquiring the key to the 100 refinement building's second floor was to go beyond the epic threshold and create the mythical advanced epic mana body. Yet now he was required to create a legendary mana body, and he had to do so within 50 days. At this point, he couldn't help but suspect if this quest could even be completed. Guild Leader Black Flame? A look of confusion appeared on Laura's face as she looked at Shifeng. She noticed Shifeng's level instantly increasing from 140 to 150, so it was obvious he had just completed a considerably challenging quest. Normally, this should be a cause for celebration. Yet, Shifeng did not look happy at all. On the contrary, he looked gloomy and frustrated. "I'm fine. It's just a minor problem," Shifeng explained. Then he made his way to the second floor while saying, "Let's begin." The quest was forced onto him, and he couldn't abandon it even if he wanted to. So his only option now was to create a legendary mana body. The layout of the 100 refinement building's second floor was the same as the first floor, having only 4 training rooms. So only up to 4 people could train at the same time. However, compared to the first floor's training rooms, the second floor's training rooms cost a lot more. It only cost 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal to use the first floor's training rooms, but the second floor's training rooms cost a whopping 10,000 units. Even guilds would have difficulty affording such a price, let alone individual players. It should be known that there were many expert players at the third floor standard in the Greater Gods domain. At this standard, players were already strong enough to ascend to Tier 6. Yet, in reality, not even a fraction of these third-floor experts were Tier 6 players. And the reason causing this was that most of these third-floor experts lacked the 7 luminaries crystals needed to challenge their Tier 6 promotion. In a situation where a player couldn't even afford the 7 luminaries crystals to get promoted to Tier 6, it was highly unlikely this player would be willing to spend 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to receive help on creating their Tier 5 mana body. Not to mention, Shifeng needed to spend 7 luminaries crystals for the 100 refinement building's monthly upkeep. He also didn't have any intentions of running a charity, so he definitely wouldn't be charging players the cost price of 10,000 units. For outsiders, he'd have to charge them a minimum of 15,000 or 20,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. This was a price even the various hegemonic powers would find expensive. After Shifeng was done inspecting the second floor, he handed 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to Laura and had her enter one of the training rooms to start creating her mana body. Then, he entered a different training room to experience the second floor training room's effects himself. Inside the training room, Shifeng couldn't help but be stunned after he paid the 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to use the training room. Eternal energy. Unimaginably dense eternal energy. No wonder 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal are needed to activate this room. Just being able to stand in this eternal energy is already worth the price. The concentration of eternal energy in this room was at least 5 or 6 times greater than what was available in the first floor training rooms. Just standing in the room allowed him to experience a qualitative transformation in his brain activity. Moreover, he felt as if he was put into a constant state of enlightenment, or, more specifically, all-knowing. System. Creation Assistance Mode activated. You can only activate this mode once in your lifetime. System. You have 100 assisted creation opportunities remaining. Each assisted creation will provide an ideal improvement to the mana body you create. You may only stay in the assisted creation space for a maximum of 1 natural day. If you do not use up your assisted creation opportunities in 1 natural day, your remaining opportunities will be automatically forfeited. What a pity! If more time is given, it might even be possible to learn a gold combat technique in this space. Shifeng felt a little disappointed when he saw the time limit given. The first floor's training rooms allowed players to spend up to 5 natural days in them. That was more than enough time for players to use up all 100 simulation opportunities, and players could even use their excess time to train in other things such as combat techniques and mana techniques. With the second floor training room's superior environment, players could learn even gold combat techniques and Saint rank mana techniques if given enough time. However, God's Domain's main god system obviously knew this was too good of an opportunity. Hence, the main god system gave players a choice: either use the given time to create a better mana body or improve on other things. In a situation where the creation assistance mode was present, unless a player was completely uninterested in having a better mana body, they would definitely choose the first option rather than the second one. Begin the first assisted creation. Realizing the importance of time, Shifeng promptly began his first assisted creation. In God's Domain, players needed to create a mana body that suited themselves if they wanted to step into the Tier 5 threshold. Meanwhile, the process of creating was basically using one's existing mana body as a template and coming up with methods to strengthen it. However, depending on the rank of the template used, the strengthening requirements would also differ. The higher a template mana body's rank, the lower the strengthening requirements would be. If players were to use a bronze mana body as their template, they would need to strengthen it by 500% for it to get promoted to Tier 5. However, if a gold mana body was used as a template, players would only need to strengthen it by 300% for it to reach the Tier 5 standard. This was also why it was crucial for players to obtain a high-ranking mana body at Tier 3. Of course, strengthening a Tier 3 gold mana body by 300% was only the minimum requirement to create a Tier 5 mana body, or, more specifically, a Tier 5 bronze mana body. If players wished to create a higher-ranked Tier 5 mana body, they would need to strengthen their Tier 3 mana bodies even further. In the case of a Tier 3 epic mana body, it would have to be strengthened by 200% to qualify as a Tier 5 bronze mana body, and 320% to qualify as a Tier 5 epic mana body. Although the percentage requirements were lower, the difficulty of strengthening an epic mana body was significantly greater than that of a gold mana body. So, even getting it to 320% was nigh impossible, let alone 350%, which was the minimum requirement for a Tier 5 advanced epic mana body. Needless to say, the difficulty of strengthening a Tier 3 legendary mana body was even more of a nightmare. Although it only needed to be strengthened by 150% to qualify as a Tier 5 mana body, it had to be strengthened by 200% to reach the epic rank, 240% to reach the advanced epic rank, and 270% to reach the legendary rank. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3299, Chapter 373, Great Grandmaster. Chapter 3299, Chapter 373, Great Grandmaster. Chapter 373, Great Grandmaster. 100 Refinement Building, Second Floor Training Room. After Shifeng integrated the 12-array magic world he had used to create his Tier 5 mana body during his previous life into his current mana body, the creation assistance mode quickly started doing its job. In less than a minute, a mana body that had perfectly integrated with the magic array he provided appeared before his eyes. System, congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body strength is at 182% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the gold rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? It managed to improve the mana flow to such an extent. Shifeng had difficulty keeping his mouth closed when he saw the system improved mana body. To reach Tier 5, players needed to create a mana body that was strong enough to alter their life rating to the Tier 5 standard, which was why Tier 5 players were typically much stronger than Tier 4 players. There was a qualitative difference in the mana bodies of the two tiers, and the difference was especially stark in the mana condensation aspect. Meanwhile, out of all the steps players needed to go through to create a Tier 5 mana body, the most troublesome step would have to be determining the flow of mana. Because players would be creating a mana body of their own, they would need to construct and integrate a significant number of magic arrays into their existing mana body. And as these magic arrays would have varying effects, they would also need varying amounts of mana supplied to them. If players wanted to ensure all of these magic arrays could function properly and efficiently, they would usually have to invest a lot of time and effort into the endeavor, much more than what they had invested when they were integrating these magic arrays with their existing mana body. Players also couldn't haphazardly decide their Tier 5 mana body's mana flow, as there would be a significant difference in the mana body's performance between partial activation and complete activation of the mana body's magic arrays. So, exactly how one could achieve complete activation was the biggest headache players faced when creating their Tier 5 mana body. However, the creation assistance mode took care of this problem for players. One assisted creation was essentially equivalent to or better than 100 creation attempts made by players themselves. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the creation assistance mode was divine assistance. A legendary mana body truly is something. The 12-array magic world is enough to strengthen a Tier 3 epic mana body to the Tier 5 epic standard, yet it only managed to strengthen my Tier 3 legendary mana body to the Tier 5 gold standard. It seems I won't be able to use these magic arrays. Shifeng couldn't help but reveal a wry smile after he was done inspecting the mana body presented before him. The 12-array magic world he had used during his previous life was a Grandmaster mana gathering array created by a saint, and it was the key factor that allowed him to create a Tier 5 epic mana body. However, the 12-array magic world was evidently lacking for his current needs. Or, more specifically, the 12-array magic world was incapable of condensing mana that was sufficiently dense to effectively strengthen his Tier 3 legendary mana body. Although it should be possible to improve the 12-array magic world's effectiveness by restructuring it, even then, it could, at best, leave him with a Tier 5 epic mana body. It was highly unlikely he could achieve a Tier 5 advanced epic mana body with the 12-array magic world, let alone a Tier 5 legendary mana body. Going by my current mana body's standard, I'm going to have to strengthen its mana to a solid state at the very least to achieve an epic rank. Under the effects of eternal energy, Shifeng quickly understood where the mana body was lacking. Meanwhile, upon making this realization, he didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Although he had quickly learned about his mana body's deficiencies, increasing the density of its mana was easier said than done. It was especially so if he wanted to condense it to a solid state. This was no longer something that could be accomplished by a Grandmaster magic array. Even great Grandmaster magic arrays might not necessarily be able to accomplish it. Currently, Shi Feng did not have any great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays in his possession. In fact, only a handful of such magic arrays existed in the entire Greater Gods domain, and they were either in the hands of apex powers or upper-ranking hegemonic powers that were capable of contending against apex powers. This was because only powers of such caliber had the strength to get their hands on such magic arrays. Great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays were incomparably precious, and their rarity rivaled divine artifacts. Meanwhile, there were only two methods to obtain these magic arrays. The first method was to have a great Grandmaster Magician create one, while the second method was to destroy a kingdom based in one of the 12 sanctuaries and obtain it from the kingdom's treasury. Of the two methods, the first was nothing but a joke. Firstly, great Grandmaster Magicians were exceedingly rare in the Greater Gods domain, and there usually wouldn't be more than 100 in any era. Secondly, a great Grandmaster Magician would need many months to develop even the simplest great Grandmaster Magic Array. Meanwhile, the complexity of mana gathering arrays was usually significantly higher than that of other magic arrays of the same rank. So, not only would a great Grandmaster Magician require a significant amount of time to create a great Grandmaster mana gathering array, but their efforts weren't even guaranteed to pay off. In fact, their chances of success were unlikely to exceed 30%. Hence, rather than wait and hope for a great Grandmaster Magician to succeed, it'd be much quicker to destroy a kingdom in the 12 sanctuaries and search for a great Grandmaster mana gathering array in the kingdom's treasury. No, I'm not out of solutions yet. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng suddenly came up with an idea to obtain a Grandmaster mana gathering array. The Ancient Abyssal Gods Legacy. The Ancient Abyssal Gods mana usage method that was recorded in the stratified Abyssal Realms Abyssal Tower was more profound than even that of saints. So, it might just be possible to create a great Grandmaster mana gathering array by referencing the Ancient Abyssal Gods Legacy. Not to mention, Shi Feng had already reached the limits of a Grandmaster Magician. So long as he could create a great Grandmaster Magic Array, he could become a great Grandmaster Magician. Immediately, Shi Feng started testing his theory by restructuring the magic array in the Ancient Abyssal Gods Legacy, continuously expanding it and filling in the gaps. The act of upgrading a magic array that was inherently at the Grandmaster rank to the Great Grandmaster rank was a feat ordinary Great Grandmaster Magicians wouldn't even dare to think of trying. Under normal circumstances, Shi Feng wouldn't have thought of doing so, either. However, Shi Feng currently had the assistance of incredibly dense eternal energy. Thanks to this assistance, he had long surpassed the average Great Grandmaster Magician in mana control, mana affinity, and brain activity. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours. Shi Feng was met with one failure after another as time passed. However, as he continuously summarized and learned from his mistakes, the quality and effectiveness of the mana gathering array he created also grew more and more astonishing. Originally, the mana gathering array he modified could only barely condense mana into a solid state. It was also only strong enough to be integrated with roughly 1,000 magic arrays. At this standard, it could at most be considered a Grandmaster mana gathering array. However, the magic array quickly reached the advanced Grandmaster standard, being able to easily condense solid mana. It could also be integrated with over 2,000 other magic arrays. As expected of an Ancient God's Legacy, its mana usage method is a world unto itself, though the requirement it has for mana control is also absurdly high. If not for my current environment, I doubt I can even move 2,000 magic arrays with it. As Shi Feng kept adding more magic arrays to the mana gathering array, the difficulty of maintaining control over all these magic arrays also continuously increased. Even so, He couldn't help but grow excited since his proficiency at manipulating mana also continuously improved. Meanwhile, the better he got at controlling mana, the more magic arrays he could control simultaneously. 2, 600. 2, 800. 3, 000. After Shifeng spent his 20th hour in the training room, he successfully increased the number of magic arrays he could control to 3,333. At the same time, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations! You have successfully created a great Grandmaster Magic Array. You have been promoted to a great Grandmaster Magician, rewarding great Grandmaster Emblem, 5 levels, and 20 free legacy skill points. System, do you wish to make a universal announcement? TL notes. Basically, the following is what I gathered from this chapter. IT3 mana body, template, plus many magic arrays of varying functions, plus mana gathering array, mana flow / power supply, equals T5 mana body 2. Better mana gathering array equals more magic arrays equals better T5 mana body. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3300, Chapter 374. Great Grandmaster Yifeng. Chapter 3300, Chapter 374. Great Grandmaster Yifeng. Chapter 374. Great Grandmaster Yifeng. TL notes. Changed universal announcement to realm-wide announcement. A realm-wide announcement. The system notification stunned Shifeng, a great Grandmaster Magician. Out of the many subclasses in the game, the Magician subclass was the most favored by combat players. On top of being able to create magic scrolls, the Magician subclass also allowed players to gain a better grasp over mana. The subclass was especially useful for magical class players. In fact, the subclass was a must-have for magical class players since it let them have a better understanding of magic arrays and gave them an easier time casting spells. Only, unlike other subclasses, most players would hit an unbreachable wall once they reached the Grandmaster rank for the Magician subclass. If players wished to become a great Grandmaster Magician, they would need to create a great Grandmaster Magician. Meanwhile, to accomplish this feat, players would first have to do a lot of research on great Grandmaster Magic Arrays. However, great Grandmaster Magic Arrays had already become a lost technology ever since the Great Ancient War. Outside of the 12 sanctuaries, finding great Grandmaster Magic Arrays was nigh impossible. Their rarity rivaled fragmented divine artifacts. Hence, it was almost impossible for players to get their hands on a large number of great Grandmaster Magic Arrays to research. It was also why there were so few great Grandmaster Magicians in the Greater Gods domain. Originally, Shifeng had only thought of attempting to create a great Grandmaster Magic Array. After all, this was the only solution he could think of to create a Tier 5 legendary mana body. However, he never thought he would actually succeed. He couldn't believe he had just become a great Grandmaster Magician, an existence that wouldn't number more than 100 in any era in the Greater Gods domain. While Shifeng was in a daze, he received another system notification. System, do you wish to make a realm-wide announcement? Smiling, Shifeng said, "Make the announcement." Realm-wide announcements were extremely rare in the Greater Gods domain. Normally, players could only trigger a realm-wide announcement after completing a main storyline quest in the Greater Gods domain or making great achievements, such as slaying one of the Greater Gods domain's calamities. Meanwhile, realm-wide announcements were a great way to increase one's fame. Now that Shifeng was given the opportunity to spread his fame across the Starlight Realm, he naturally wouldn't refuse it. After all, this would make it a lot more convenient for him to do various things. System, do you wish to make the announcement using your current false identity of Yifeng? Yes. Shifeng agreed to the prompt without hesitation. although he could use his true identity to announce his great grandmaster status. Doing so would expose his ability to travel freely between worlds. Rather than invite unnecessary trouble for himself, he would be better off announcing his achievement under a false identity. Very few people could see through the sacred phantom ring's disguise effect. Anyway, immediately, a system announcement echoed throughout the entire Starlight Realm. System announcement. Congratulations to Yifeng on becoming the first person to reach the rank of Great Grandmaster Magician in 100 years, rewarding 20 Starlight Realm reputation points. The announcement repeated 3 times, stupefying many players across the Starlight Realm. Someone got promoted into a Great Grandmaster Magician. Amazing! Incredible! I always thought players couldn't become Great Grandmaster Magicians. I didn't think someone would actually succeed. This is beyond incredible. This is a Great Grandmaster Magician we are talking about. There aren't even 100 of such existences in our current era, and every one of these existences is a big shot that even Apex powers will try to recruit as honorary elders. Isn't that just nonsense? We are only talking about a magician here. Even if the various Apex powers place great importance on Great Grandmaster Magicians, there's no way these powers would use an honorary elder position as an enticement. That position holds as much authority as the Vice Guild Leader position. Even the helmsmen of conglomerates will have to show respect to the honorary elders of Apex powers. How ignorant of you! Don't you know that Great Grandmaster Magicians can already draw Great Grandmaster Magic Arrays? Those are magic arrays used to safeguard Outer Realm fortresses and cities. Do you have any idea how big of a difference there is between a stronghold that's protected by a Great Grandmaster Magic Array and a stronghold that isn't protected by one 10 times? There will be a 10-fold difference at the very minimum. 10? Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Not at all. Grandmaster Magic Arrays can, at best, reach the Tier 5 standard, but Great Grandmaster Magic Arrays can reach the Tier 6 standard. Any city protected by a Great Grandmaster Defensive Magic Array can easily withstand a bombardment of Tier 6 spells. With the support of such a defensive magic array, the various powers can drastically reduce the number of Tier 6 experts they dispatch to protect these foreign installations. They can then use the additional manpower to do other things or establish new Outer Realm fortresses and cities. So, do you still think Great Grandmaster Magicians aren't incredible? Many players expressed their confusion toward the latest system announcement, failing to comprehend the significance of a Great Grandmaster Magician. However, when the Starlight Realm's various powers saw the system announcement, they instantly went into an uproar. Ordinary players might not know the value of Great Grandmaster Magicians, but the Starlight Realm's various powers knew that the appearance of a Great Grandmaster Magician was a major event that could rewrite the status quo in the Starlight Realm. Starlight Realm, Starlight Empire, Starlight Holy City. The Starlight Holy City was the most prosperous city in the Starlight Realm, with a player population of 1 billion. Practically all powers in the Starlight Realm wished to secure themselves a place in this city. However, due to the Holy City's limited space, even upper-ranking hegemonic powers had difficulty securing themselves a spot in the city. Currently, on the top floor of a humongous battle arena in the Holy City, 2 Level 2, 20 Tier 6 players clad in legendary equipment sets and wielding legendary weapons were duking it out with one another. The strength both parties exhibited closely rivaled Tier 6 gods of the same level. While these 2 players were dueling each other, many players cheered and applauded as they spectated the match. Among these spectators, many were titled experts who had already reached Tier 6. As expected of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's 7 Luminaries League, even the matches in the A-League are already such a spectacle to behold. I really cannot imagine what kind of monsters would be in the S-League. It's a pity the Starlight Realm isn't a higher realm. At best, We can only receive the broadcast of A-Leagues here. It can't be helped. Our realm has never managed to get into the top 100 in the Realm Wars. After losing to the Sky River realm last time, it became even more difficult for us to get into the top 100. While the people on the spectator stands were discussing the ongoing match, a woman with ethereal beauty quietly observed the match from a VIP room on the second floor. However, the woman shifted her attention away from the stage when a level 220 tier 6 Guardian Knight entered the room. "Did you find anything about Yifeng?" the woman asked. "Young miss, I have already mobilized all available manpower to investigate this person, but we have yet to acquire any reliable information thus far," the Guardian Knight answered. If other people could see how respectfully this tier 6 Guardian Knight behaved to the woman, they would definitely be given a fright. After all, the Guardian Knight was fully clad in legendary equipment and radiated strength rivaling tier 6 gods. However, the two female bodyguards standing next to the woman were unfazed by this situation. Fry, the Galaxy Conglomerate's fourth princess. This name could make any upper-ranking hegemonic power in the Starlight Realm tremble with fear. Even tier 6 saints would have to behave deferentially to her, let alone experts that only rivaled tier 6 gods. Still nothing? Fry frowned, her tone growing a little cold. "It's not that we didn't find any information at all. It's just that the information we found is a little too unreliable," the Guardian Knight hurriedly corrected himself. "According to the insider information we collected from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the name Yifeng has appeared in the miniature ancient world that you have previously visited, Young Mississippi. Only I don't think that person is likely to be. The same name has appeared in that miniature ancient world before." Growing curious, Fry asked, "Who is he?" Anxiously, the Guardian Knight answered, "He is the former guild leader of a second-rate guild named Shadow. At the same time, he is also Zero Wing's current acting guild leader. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3301, Chapter 375. Level 5 Affinity. Chapter 3301, Chapter 375. Level 5 Affinity, Chapter 375. Level 5 Affinity. Zero Wing's acting guild leader? Fry was a little surprised by the Guardian Knight's answer. "Are you talking about the Zero Wing that killed Dyra?" "Yes, that's Zero Wing." The Guardian Knight nodded. The news of Dyra getting killed had long since spread across the entire Starlight Realm, and any power operating in the Starlight Realm would know about it. It was especially so for the powers based near the Sea of Giants, now that the Divine Seal Saint had sent the Wind Seal Commander, one of the 4 seals, there to await the opening of the miniature ancient world's world passage. Have that person in the Seven Luminaries Alliance carefully look into this matter. If it turns out to be true, this matter is going to be interesting, Fry said, her lips curling up a little. But be sure to do things secretly. We must not let a third party know about this matter. Rest assured, Young Mississippi, that person is a confidant trained by the Galaxy Conglomerate. He will never leak this information to other powers, the Guardian Knight assured. Good. You should know how important a great Grandmaster Magician is to the Galaxy Conglomerate. If any mistakes occur, you won't be able to afford the consequences, Fry calmly said. Understood. The Guardian Knight hurriedly nodded, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. I won't disappoint you on this matter, young miss. While Fry was looking into the latest great Grandmaster Magician, going by the name of Yifeng, the Starlight Realm's various hegemonic powers and conglomerate were also frantically looking into this person. They even offered to give anyone who could provide useful information related to Yifeng a permanent residence status in a first-tier city. When this news spread, the entire Starlight Realm instantly went into an uproar. For ordinary players, just the opportunity to gain permanent residence in a third-tier city was already an unattainable dream. As for permanent residence in a first-tier city, that was something not even mental strength grandmasters would dare to think of obtaining. At most, they could afford to visit a first-tier city for a few days every now and then. Yet, now, there was an opportunity to gain permanent residency in a first-tier city simply by providing information on Yifeng. How could everyone not be shocked? While the Starlight Realms players and powers were busy looking into the player named Yifeng, Shifeng was focused on creating his Tier 5 mana body. After becoming a great Grandmaster Magician, Shifeng not only noticed his concentration undergoing an evolutionary change, but he also felt his elemental ascending to a new level. Or, more specifically, the great Grandmaster emblem he wore had increased his elemental affinity by 1 level. Great Grandmaster emblem, a magician emblem exclusive to Black Flame. When worn, it increases the wearer's elemental affinity by 1 level up to a maximum of level 6. The magician class's great Grandmaster emblem is truly incredible. Now that my elemental affinity has reached level 5, I only need to expend half as much concentration to manipulate solid mana. Shifeng grew ecstatic as he integrated the great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays he created with his mana body one after another. Elemental affinity was crucial for players in controlling mana. Normally, players' elemental affinity would only be at level 1, while gifted individuals could reach level 2. Compared to players with only level 1 affinity, players with level 2 affinity would have an easier time perceiving and manipulating the various elements. Although elemental affinity could be artificially increased using various methods, such as using tools and improving one's mana body, there was a limit to the effectiveness of such methods. Even with a legendary mana body, Shifeng only managed to raise his elemental affinity to the level 4 standard. Level 4 also happened to be the highest standard Shifeng achieved during his previous life, and he had achieved that standard after relying on various tools. This was also the limit for most Tier 6 experts. So, the fact that the great Grandmaster emblem for magicians could elevate his elemental affinity to level 5 was incredible. This effect alone made it as valuable as a fragmented divine artifact. In less than half an hour, Shifeng finished constructing a mana body that was fully made up of great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays. Start the assisted creation. After looking at the mana body he constructed, Shifeng chose to activate the 100 Refinement Buildings Creation Assistance mode. This time, the 100 Refinement Buildings seemingly got stimulated as divine runes appeared all over the training room Shifeng was in. At the same time, the density of eternal energy in the room plummeted as if to fuel the assisted creation this time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 10 minutes later, the sound of a system notification entered Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations! You have successfully constructed a new mana body. The constructed mana body's strength is at 224% of your current mana body and has reached the Tier 5 standard. The created mana body is evaluated to be at the epic rank. Do you wish to replace your current mana body with it and get promoted to Tier 5? Sure enough, I was right. Shifeng's eyes brightened when he saw the system notification. The fact that he managed to achieve the epic rank on his first attempt at using the great Grandmaster mana gathering array to create his Tier 5 mana body meant that he had made the right judgment. Now, all he needed to do was continuously optimize his mana body structure, and he should have no problems elevating his Tier 5 mana body to the legendary rank. Immediately, Shifeng began varying the number of mana gathering arrays he used across his mana body, trying to improve his mana body's mana transmission efficiency and mana density as much as possible. Meanwhile, the more he optimized his mana body, the stronger it became. 230%, 235%, 240%. After numerous experiments, Sure Feng hit a bottleneck after reaching 255%. It seems this is my current limit. Sure Feng revealed a wry smile as he looked at the mana body he had created. The difficulty of achieving a Tier 5 legendary mana body was much greater than he imagined. The reason he could no longer improve his mana body any further wasn't that the mana gathering array had become a limiting factor. Instead, it was because of his control over mana. Currently, he could only manipulate up to 64 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays simultaneously. Meanwhile, after integrating 64 great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays into his existing mana body and optimizing its structure as much as possible, he only ended up with a mana body that was 255% stronger than his current mana body. In other words, it was only at the Tier 5 Advanced Epic standard. If he wanted to create a stronger Tier 5 mana body, he would have to increase the number of great Grandmaster mana gathering arrays in his mana body. While Sure Feng was looking for ways to further optimize his mana body structure, he suddenly received a system notification. Regional System Announcement. A miniature ancient world's world passage will soon open. All kingdoms and empires situated near the Sea of Giants are advised to prepare to resist the incoming beast tide. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3302, Chapter 376, World Passage Opens. Chapter 3302, Chapter 376, World Passage Opens. Chapter 376, World Passage Opens. Miniature Ancient World, Thunder Fortress. When the gigantic door 10,000 yards away from the Thunder Fortress opened, all the players gathered in the Thunder Fortress boarded their respective ships and swarmed toward the gate. In no time, a gigantic fleet of over 100,000 ships could be seen sailing toward the distant gate. A fleet of such size could fight against even an army of several million sea monsters. It could also easily annihilate any maritime empire. However, the fleet of 100,000 plus ships looked comically small when gathered before the gigantic door. The bottom half of the door in question was submerged in the ocean, while the upper half rose well beyond the clouds. Its width was also beyond absurd, easily surpassing the width of the entire Thunder Fortress by many times. When the miniature Ancient World's native players saw this door, they couldn't help but be deeply shocked. They didn't think the World Gate, which served as a connection point for the World Passage, would be such a spectacular sight. Amidst the 100,000 plus ships, a fleet led by one common warship and supported by several bronze speedboats and several dozen advanced speedboats could be seen carefully making its way to the World Gate. Meanwhile, standing at the helm of the common warship was a level 137, Tier 4 elderly man carrying a great sword on his back. In the current miniature ancient world, there was no native expert player who wouldn't recognize this old man. Thousand Swords. He was the great elder of the Super Guild World Dominators, and one of their God's Domain's few Tier 6 experts. Although Tier 6 experts became insignificant along with the myriad world's descent, the strength Thousand Swords could exhibit in the miniature ancient world was still impressive. In one instance, the fleet Thousand Swords led had defeated 2 foreign fleets out in open water. At the time, Thousand Swords himself had also single-handedly held back 4 fourth-floor experts. According to rumors, Thousand Swords was now only one step away from reaching the standard of titled experts. It should be known that in the current miniature ancient world, even the various hegemonic powers would only have 1 or 2 titled experts under their command, while most superpowers didn't even have titled experts under their command. So, Thousand Swords' presence had allowed world dominators to become a superpower that was only second to the various hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. All of you, be extremely careful once we are inside the World Passage. Do not get washed away by the beast tide. Any ship caught by itself will be quickly devoured by the void creatures. Thousand Swords said, issuing a command to all ships in the fleet through the team chat. Finally, we are finally going to enter the greater God's domain. Gu Iren, who had similarly reached Tier 4, revealed an excited expression as he looked at the nearing world gate. Don't get too excited, Iren, Thousand Swords said as he glanced at his student. The world passage is a very dangerous place. Based on the information we've collected, even the weakest void creature in a world passage will be at the Grand Lord rank. There will even be plenty of mythic and superior mythic void creatures mixed among them. Also, our ultimate goal might be to enter the greater God's domain, but we also have to try to earn as many association contribution points as possible. Don't worry, teacher. I've prepared over a dozen Tier 4 magic scrolls for those void creatures. We can definitely earn a ton of contribution points, Gu Iren confidently said as he patted the spatial bag on his waist. So long as one bothered to do a little research, anyone would know about the welfare provided by the Greater God's Domain's Adventurers Association to players of Isolated God's Domain. For 2 days after a world passage opened, players who entered the world passage could earn association contribution points by killing void creatures in the world passage. Then, players could use the points they earned to exchange immortal weapons and equipment from the Adventurers Association. If players collected enough points, they could even exchange for the incomparably legacy guidances. These were all things that would let isolated players have an easier time settling in the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, Gu Iren had done a lot of preparation in anticipation of the world passages opening. Of the Tier 4 magic scrolls he prepared, every one of them held a large-scale destruction spell. Although these spells were incapable of one-shotting Tier 4 mythic monsters, they were strong enough to heavily injure mythic monsters. So long as these monsters were killed later on, the system would judge him as having made a big contribution to the kill and award him at least 10% of the monster's points. This was an incredibly effective and efficient way of earning contribution points. It was significantly better than trying to kill one void creature with a large group of players. With over a dozen Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, he would have no problem heavily injuring over 1,000 monsters. Even if he only earned a few points from each monster, that would still be several thousand contribution points. If he was lucky, he might even earn over 10,000 contribution points. Based on the information World Dominators had collected, 1,000 points could be exchanged for an epic immortal weapon, 3,000 points could be exchanged for a Tier 5 Demigod's Legacy Guidance, 5,000 points could be exchanged for a Tier 6 NPC's Legacy Guidance, 10,000 points could be exchanged for a Tier 6 God's Legacy Guidance, and 20,000 points could be exchanged for a legacy that provided a perfect experience of a gold combat technique's use. Setting aside the perfect experience of a gold combat technique, just receiving a Tier 6 God's Legacy Guidance would be of significant help to him when he challenged his Tier 5 and Tier 6 promotions in the future. After all Tier 6 gods possessed extraordinary mana bodies with extremely high reference value for players. If he could create a Tier 5 mana body that reached the epic rank, he could instantly reach the peak of his life. While Gu Iren was fantasizing about earning 10,000 association contribution points and exchanging them for a Tier 6 God's Legacy Guidance, Thousand Swords suddenly tensed up as he looked at a fleet of ships coming from behind. Then he hurriedly shouted, "All ships, turn to the left and open up a path." World Dominators members couldn't help but grow confused when they heard Thousand Swords' command. Then, while carrying out the command, they curiously turned around and looked at the ships sailing up from behind them. At this time, a fleet of fewer than 20 ships was sailing up to World Dominator's fleet. However, despite its small size, the fleet was by no means weak. This was because the fleet was led by 1 advanced warship and 6 common warships, and supported by a dozen bronze speedboats. Some hegemonic powers didn't even have such a high-quality fleet. Meanwhile, As this small fleet swiftly made its way to the World Gate, all of the other fleets in its path promptly sailed aside and opened a path for it, none daring to sail in this small fleet's way. This was because the ships of this fleet carried the gilt emblem of the Flower of Seven Sins. Is this the treatment for the number one genius? As the Flower of Seven Sins fleet got closer, Gu-Iren could see two female assassins standing at the helm of the advanced warship sailing at the front of the fleet. Of these two assassins, one was Death Omen, a former Tier 6 player who had shaken their god's domain with her name in the past, while the other was Thousand Scars, the current number one genius among the miniature Ancient World's native players. When Gu-Iren watched as Thousand Scars sailed past World Dominator's fleet, he couldn't help but feel a little envious of her. Ever since Thousand Scars got chosen by the Paimon conglomerate, even the various hegemonic powers had to behave respectfully around her and the Flower of Seven Sins. This allowed the Flower of Seven Sins to develop smoothly and rapidly in the miniature Ancient World. A good example of the Flower of Seven Sins' rapid development would be the one advanced warship and 6 common warships in its fleet. With such naval prowess, the Flower of Seven Sins wouldn't need more than a few minutes to annihilate World Dominator's entire fleet. Meanwhile, with such a fleet under its command, it goes without saying the Flower of Seven Sins could kill void creatures in the World Passage very effectively. Even if he had 100 Tier 4 magic scrolls in his possession, he still wouldn't be a match for the Flower of Seven Sins fleet. After all, the advanced warship's main cannons were just as strong as Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Moreover, so long as these cannons were supplied with enough magic crystals, they could fire an infinite number of times. Shortly after the Flower of Seven Sins fleet entered the World Passage, a fleet made of 5 ships also made its way up to the World Gate. When this fleet of 5 ships appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all other fleets present. This was because all 5 of this fleet's ships were bronze warships. Then, upon seeing the gilt emblem on these 5 bronze warships, everyone couldn't help but gape in shock. Crap, isn't this Zero Wing? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3303, Chapter 377, Void Gods. Chapter 3303, Chapter 377, Void Gods. Chapter 377, Void Gods. The sight of the 6-winged emblem on the 5 bronze warships dumbfounded the various powers gathered before the World Gate. Bronze warships were very recognizable. This was because bronze warships were a cut above common and advanced warships. Moreover, they came with twofold Tier 4 defensive magic arrays that could stop the attacks of even superior mythic monsters. It was no exaggeration to say that one bronze warship was enough to make up an entire fleet by itself. A force of 5 bronze warships was something none of the various hegemonic powers dared to think of having in the miniature Ancient World. Yet now, it was revealed that this unbelievable fleet originated from Zero Wing, a guild that hadn't even come into contact with the greater god's domain yet. How is this possible? Gu-Iren wore a complicated look on his face when he saw several familiar figures standing on Zero Wing's 5 bronze warships. Apart from Black Flame, the man who had killed him once before, he also spotted Rampant Blade, a former member of the now-defunct Shadow Guild. He even saw Wu Lingling, a newcomer who had made a splash during the newcomer competition of Jinhai City's God's Domain Academy, and Lin Yaoyue, the director of Jinhai City's God's Domain Academy. Currently, not only did all of these people reach Tier 4 already, but the way they carried themselves was completely different. It was obvious that their current combat standards were drastically greater than before. If these people combined their current strength with the contribution points they could accumulate with the help of 5 bronze warships, it wasn't hard to imagine how big of an improvement they would have once they entered the greater god's domain. So what if Zero Wing has 5 bronze warships? Tao Yue on the side said, curling her lips. All they're doing is putting up pointless resistance. Once the world passage is open, the Paimon conglomerate will definitely send its army from the greater god's domain. At that time, Zero Wing won't even dare to enter the world passage, let alone the greater god's domain. You're right. They can only enter the world passage during its initial opening before they'll have to quickly withdraw from it. Gu Iren nodded in agreement, his mood lightening significantly. The matter of Zero Wing offending the Paimon conglomerate was no secret in the miniature ancient world. The various powers even knew that the Paimon conglomerate had already mobilized its forces to barricade the other side of the world passage. With Paimon's army blocking the world passage's exit, Zero Wing wouldn't dare to enter the greater god's domain at all. If it did, it would instantly suffer annihilation at the hands of the Paimon conglomerate's Tier 6 army. All of Zero Wing's members would also suffer soul annihilation and be prohibited from logging into God's domain for the rest of their lives. Moreover, even if Zero Wing chose not to enter the greater God's domain, the Paimon conglomerate would still be sending many well-equipped Tier 4 experts into the miniature ancient world. At that time, Zero Wing would still meet its end. This was also why most of the miniature ancient world's native powers had chosen to cease any and all dealings they had with Zero Wing. At this time, Gu Iren and Tao Yue weren't the only ones to have such thoughts about Zero Wing. The members of the various other powers also deemed Zero Wing's actions as putting up a pointless struggle. The world passages opening didn't only allow the miniature ancient world's players to travel to the greater god's domain. It also allowed the greater god's domain's players to enter the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, with the help of a bronze speedboat, it wouldn't take more than a day's travel to cross the entire world passage. The travel time would be even shorter if speedboats above the bronze rank were used. The only problem was the void creatures in the world passage. Without a sufficiently strong fleet, traveling across the world passage would be no different than suicide. However, with the Paimon conglomerate strength, it probably wouldn't take more than a day before its Tier 4 army could cross the world passage to reach the miniature ancient world. In other words, Zero Wing had less than a day left to strut around in the miniature ancient world. However, after the various powers entered the world passage, they quickly forgot about Zero Wing. This was because greeting them in the calm sea beyond the world gate was a swarm of void creatures of illogical proportions. What awaited the various powers beyond the world gate wasn't a swarm of 1,000,000 monsters. Even describing the swarm in the millions would be an understatement. At a glance, the number of void creatures in the calm sea was easily in the tens of millions. Moreover, even the weakest among them was at the Tier 4 mythic rank, while many of them were at the superior mythic rank. What's going on? Shouldn't the weakest monsters here be Grand Lords? The fleets that had just entered the world passage panicked when they saw the fleets getting destroyed in the distance. Even the top adventurer teams originating from the greater god's domain were distressed by this situation. Void Sea Serpent, Void Creature, Mythic, level 142 HP, 20 billion, Void Sea Dragon, Void Creature, Superior Mythic, level 145 HP, 50 billion. The average Void Creature had significantly greater HP and defense than the average sea monster. Normally, killing even one mythic rank Void Creature would require the joint effort of one common warship and several dozen advanced speedboats. Yet now, even the weakest monster in this sea was a Tier 4 mythic Void Sea Serpent. If a few dozen of these Void Sea Serpents attacked together, even a common warship wouldn't last more than a few exchanges. Meanwhile, if players were to lose the support of their ships in this environment devoid of mana, their combat power would plummet. At that time, even flying would become a problem, let alone fighting. This was also why transportation tools were far more important than individual strength when it came to traveling between worlds. While the various powers were panicking, some players with excellent eyesight suddenly noticed the silhouette of an island floating in the distance. An island? Why is there an island here? Many players couldn't help but grow confused when they saw the floating island in the distance. The inside of the world passage was supposed to be an empty void, so a floating island shouldn't exist here. Moreover, the island even looked like it was inhabited by people, making its presence here even stranger. After all, apart from void creatures, other creatures were incapable of staying in the void for long periods of time. Meanwhile, when Thousand Scars saw the island, she suddenly thought of something as she exclaimed, "Void gods! Void gods? What do you mean?" Death Omen looked at Thousand Scars in confusion. Void gods are a race of gods who live in the void, Thousand Scars excitedly explained. I've read about them in the Paimon Conglomerate's database. Rumor has it that void gods are constantly wandering about in the void, and people can occasionally see the islands they live on in the void. Meanwhile, it is rumored that void gods possess legacies passed down by ancient gods. More importantly, the settlements of void gods are also the only places in the greater god's domain where players can change classes into a void saint. In the greater god's domain, void saints are labeled invincible when fighting in the void, and even dragons of the same tier are no match for them. Even dragons of the same tier are not a match. Death Omen was surprised to hear Thousand Scars' explanation. There were many hidden classes in God's domain, but none were known to be able to rival dragons, let alone surpass them. It should be known that dragons were an apex race and the symbol of destruction in God's domain. Even in the greater God's domain, adult dragons were akin to natural disasters. If she could class change into a void saint. While Thousand Scars was explaining to Death Omen about void gods and void saints, 5 figures emerged from the leading ship of the Paimon Conglomerate's fleet and rapidly made their way toward the distant island. Of these 5 figures, one of them was Daira, while the remaining 4 were the 4 beast warriors. Currently, all 4 of the beast warriors have already become bona fide tier 5 players. Meanwhile, thanks to the 4 beast warriors opening a path, Daira could effortlessly approach the distant floating island, the sight causing the various powers stuck on their ships to grow envious. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about their envy. Currently, the Paimon Conglomerate was the only power that could afford to produce tier 5 players. For everyone else, all they could do was slowly sail to the floating island in their ships. When Casio of the Glimmer Adventurer team saw Daira's group fast approaching the floating island, he anxiously looked at Sherfong and said, "This can't continue, Guild Leader Black Flame. You and the commander should go ahead without us. Otherwise, Daira will be the first to enter the island at this rate." The other members of Glimmer nodded in agreement. The Void Saint legacy was extraordinary even in the greater god's domain. Others might not know what the Void Saint class represented, but they did. In a situation where they didn't know whether the Void Saint legacy would be limited in number, they absolutely could not let Daira reach the floating island before them. That won't be necessary. Sherfong faintly smiled in response to Casio's anxiety. All of us will go there together. All of us. Casio and the others were on the verge of being rendered speechless by Sherfong. With the strength of 5 bronze warships, how were they supposed to overtake 4 tier 5 experts? Just as Casio was about to say something else, Sherfong took out a pendant from his bag and chanted the incantation engraved on it. Immediately, a magic array with a radius of more than 100 meters appeared in the void. Then, a dark dragon measuring over 100 meters in length emerged from this magic array, the dragon having a life aura so terrifying that it caused even the nearby void creatures to back away. A dragon? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3304, Chapter 378, Legendary Mount. Chapter 3304, Chapter 378, Legendary Mount. Chapter 378, Legendary Mount. As Daira's group of 5 flew increasingly closer to the island above the Void Sea, the various hegemonic powers also started advancing toward the island at all costs. Faster. Move faster. Even if we can't reach the island before Daira, we should still reach it before the other powers. Although the various hegemonic powers didn't have detailed information on void gods, they knew plenty about the Void Saint class. Or, more specifically, anyone who had reached their standards would know about the hidden class whether they wanted to or not. This was because every hegemonic power would at least have 1 or 2 Tier 6 experts becoming an official participant in the 7 Luminaries League, and anyone who became an official participant in the League would also become a core member of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. This, in turn, would let them learn about the person known as Divine, the current youngest Grand Elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Meanwhile, Divine Eye's class was none other than the Void Saint. It should be known that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was one of the strongest powers in the greater gods domain. Even mighty conglomerates would have to bow their heads in front of the Alliance. The 7 Luminaries Alliance was controlled by the Senate, which consisted of only 12 people. These 12 individuals stood at the very apex of the greater gods domain. At the same time, they also represented the greater gods domain's apex combat power. Divine Eye was someone who managed to become one of these 12 individuals before even reaching the age of 50. Meanwhile, the main reason Divine Eye managed to accomplish this feat was due to his Void Saint class. Otherwise, he would still have to strive for several more decades before he could become a member of the Senate. Indeed, this was the power of the Void Saint class. However, what made the Void Saint class truly fearsome wasn't the fact that it could exhibit tremendous combat power in the void. Instead, it was the fact that the class wasn't unique. Because the Void Saint class wasn't unique, the number of people who could acquire it wasn't limited to just 1. Of course, obtaining the Void Saint class was an incredible challenge. This was because the settlement of void gods did not stay in one place. Instead, their settlements would randomly drift about in the void, and even a titanic existence like the 7 Luminaries Alliance could only rely on luck to find the void god's settlement. However, so long as players managed to come across the settlement of void gods, their chances of becoming a Void Saint would instantly increase to a minimum of 50%. I truly didn't think the farce of getting me to earn contribution points would actually lead me to encounter the settlement of void gods. Saint 9 thought as he and Calgaren's Tier 4 team were frantically making their way to the distant floating island on their flying mounts. Void Saint. So long as he could become a Void Saint, he would instantly be strong enough to defeat all of the ancient River Kingdom's paragons. Even becoming the Starlight Realm's strongest paragon wouldn't be out of the question. It seems my chances are going to be bleak, Thousand Scars thought as she enviously looked at the several 100-man teams of Tier 4 players flying toward the Void God's settlement. There were far too many Void Sea Serpents and Void Sea Dragons in the way of the floating island. Without Tier 5 combatants, it was nigh impossible to safely reach the island in a short amount of time. Although the Flower of Seven Sins had over 100 Tier 4 experts in its fleet, none possessed strength at the Tier 5 standard. This remained true even after they factored in the use of magic arrays. So, the Flower of Seven Sins members could only rely on their advanced warship to advance bit by bit. However, while Thousand Scars was busy envying paragons like Saint Nine and Trekt, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from a distance, the roar instantly petrifying the Void Sea Serpents and Void Sea Dragons. A dragon? Before Thousand Scars could determine where the dragon's roar came from, A gigantic figure suddenly flew across the advanced warship she was on, the speed of the figure rivaling Tier 6 players. Although it was only an instant, Thousand Scars, as a Tier 4 expert, still managed to catch a glimpse of this gigantic figure's appearance. It was a dark dragon with a body measuring over 100 meters in length. While Thousand Scars was wondering why a dragon would appear in this place, she got a better look at the dragon, and she couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what she saw. It turned out that the dragon wasn't by itself. Instead, a group of people was riding on the dragon's back, and Thousand Scars was incredibly familiar with this group. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Thousand Scars muttered in denial as she rubbed her eyes before taking another look at the dragon flying into the distance. Dragons were apex existences in God's domain, and the appearance of one could cause a huge commotion in any location. So, how could Zero Wings members possibly be riding atop a dragon's back? If what she just saw wasn't a hallucination, then there could only be one explanation for it. She was still fast asleep. No, you didn't see wrongly, Scars. Those are indeed Zero Wings members, Death Omen said, similarly shocked by what she just saw. While the various hegemonic powers were feeling proud of themselves for owning a bronze warship in the miniature ancient world, Zero Wing had already found itself a dragon to ride on. That can't possibly be a real dragon, right, Big Sis Omen? Thousand Scars asked Death Omen in a whisper. Dragons were extremely rare in God's domain, and very few players had actually seen one in person. However, Death Omen was one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. Not only had she seen real dragons, but she had even slain them before. So, if Thousand Scars had to name someone knowledgeable about dragons, it would definitely have to be Death Omen. Meanwhile, after pondering for a moment, Death Omen firmly said, "That isn't a real dragon. A real dragon is much more terrifying than that. Merely standing in the presence of a Tier 4 dragon is enough to suffocate and petrify ordinary Tier 4 experts." Thousand Scars immediately felt relieved when she heard Death Omen's answer. Dragons were akin to natural disasters in God's domain. They were also known to be invincible among opponents of the same tier. If Zero Wing truly did manage to tame a Tier 4 dragon, the situation in the miniature ancient world would become very different in the future. It should be known that contracted monsters could be promoted to higher tiers. If Zero Wing truly did own a Tier 4 dragon and managed to promote it to Tier 5, not even the Paimon conglomerate could do anything against Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world. After all, Tier 6 players entering the miniature ancient world would be subjected to the miniature ancient world suppression. They could, at most, exhibit power at the standard of Tier 5 players. In that case, how were they supposed to fight against a Tier 5 dragon? While I can confirm that thing isn't a dragon, before Thousand Scars could feel relieved for too long, Death Omen suddenly revealed a wry smile as she said, "If my guess is correct, that thing is likely to be a legendary mount. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3305, Chapter 379, Laura's Sword. Chapter 3305. Chapter 379, Laura's Sword. Chapter 379, Laura's Sword, a legendary mount. Thousand Scars fell into a daze when she heard Death Omen's words. Is this the reason for his confidence? Flying mounts were incredibly rare. They were so rare that even Tier 6 experts would have difficulty getting their hands on an extraordinary flying mount in the greater God's domain, let alone legendary flying mounts. Throughout the entire Starlight Realm's history, no more than 100 legendary flying mounts have been recorded. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that legendary flying mounts were rarer than dragons. The value of a legendary flying mount also wasn't the least bit inferior to a contracted Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon. Compared to a contracted Tier 4 or Tier 5 dragon, a legendary flying mount had a much greater chance of getting promoted to Tier 6. It should be that a single Tier 6 flying mount had enough HP and destructive power to rival several dozen Tier 6 players. Even a Tier 6 expert clad in a legendary equipment set and wielding a legendary equipment could only hope to match a Tier 6 flying mount. Moreover, this was only under the assumption that the Tier 6 expert was fighting in the greater god's domain, or their native world. If players tried to fight in a foreign world, they would be subjected to the world's suppression. Under this suppression, a Tier 6 expert clad in a complete legendary equipment set and wielding a legendary weapon could, at best, match a native Tier 6 expert wielding a legendary weapon. Needless to say, they'd be of no threat to a Tier 6 flying mount in such a weakened state. Normally, so long as a power owned a Tier 6 flying mount, even conglomerates would have difficulty dealing with said power unless they had the strength to destroy an entire god's domain. However, in the greater god's domain, few powers possessed such strength. While Thousand Scars was in a daze, Zero Wings members couldn't help but grow ecstatic as they rode on the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon. "You're amazing, guild leader," Su Qianlu said excitedly as she admired the shocked expressions of the players stuck in the Void Sea. The various powers are probably feeling dumbfounded right now. There were tens of millions of mythic-ranked Void Sea serpents on the Void Sea. This was a very frightening beast tide. With just the players and ships currently gathered here, there was no way to clear out these monsters in a short time. As a result, even the various hegemonic powers could only advance through the Void Sea at a snail's pace. At this rate, even getting close to the Void God's settlement would be a problem for the various hegemonic powers, let alone reaching it. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Although there were also monsters blocking the sky, the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon could break through these monsters' blockade easily, and once overtaken, none of these monsters could catch up to the Frostflame Dragon, since their movement speeds were inferior to flying mounts. Because of this, the various hegemonic powers could only watch as Zero Wing's team rapidly closed in on the floating island. Meanwhile, after seeing the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon leaving behind the various powers' fleets, Wu Xiaoxiao looked to Jun Luosha and smiled, asking, "Well, I didn't lie to you, right, Big Sis Luosha? It's not a loss for you to join Zero Wing. None of the various hegemonic powers can hope to compare with Zero Wing. I truly did not think Guild Leader Black Flame would own a legendary flying mount," Jun Luosha exclaimed. "So long as this mount reaches Tier 5, Zero Wing can indeed hold its ground against the Divine Seal Saint. Currently, the miniature ancient world only allowed foreign Tier 4 players to enter it. No matter how much power the Divine Seal Saint wielded, he could, at most, send Tier 4 players on the verge of reaching Tier 5 into the miniature ancient world, and have these players quickly get promoted to Tier 5 once they entered the World Passage. However, if the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon successfully got promoted to Tier 5, it'd be invincible among Tier 5 players. At that time, Zero Wing could put up a good fight even if it had to go up against an army of Tier 5 players. And if the flying mount could get promoted to Tier 6, it'd be invincible in the miniature ancient world. At that time, even a force of 100 Tier 6 players would be nothing to it. Of course, the Paimon conglomerate would never mobilize 100 Tier 6 players into the miniature ancient world. After all, a force of 100 Tier 6 players was significant even to the Paimon conglomerate. There was no way the conglomerate would commit so much combat power to a measly miniature ancient world. As the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon shook off the various powers' fleets, Daira's party of 5 also took notice of it. Damn it! Damn these natives! How did a bunch of natives get their hands on a legendary flying mount? Daira cursed. his eyes burning with jealousy as he looked at the rapidly approaching Frostflame dragon. As mighty as the Paimon conglomerate was, even it only had 4 legendary flying mounts in its possession. Moreover, they were acquired through many years of effort and accumulation. Meanwhile, apart from the conglomerate's current helmsman getting to use 1, the remaining 3 were in the hands of the conglomerate's old monsters. So, let alone Daira, not even his father, the divine seal saint, got to use a legendary flying mount. If his father wanted to obtain a legendary flying mount, he'd either have to wait until the conglomerate found a new one or one of the conglomerate's old monsters thoroughly retired from God's domain. Yet now, a measly native of the miniature ancient world actually owned a legendary flying mount. This situation was utterly absurd. Rest assured, young master, even if Black Flame has a legendary flying mount, he still won't beat us to the Void God's settlement. Platinum Behemoth, the leader of the 4 beast warriors, said in a reassuring tone. The other 3 beast warriors also nodded in agreement. The closer they got to the Void God's settlement, the more void creatures they had to face. When they got within 10,000 yards of the floating island, they already had to go up against over 100 void sea serpents and over a dozen void sea dragons simultaneously. The only reason their party of 5 could still advance toward the floating island at a rapid pace was because they had 4 Tier 5 players in a battle array. A legendary flying mount might be powerful, but its massive body would also attract the attention of many void creatures. Take the current situation, for example. Even though the Frostflame dragon had yet to move within 10,000 yards of the floating island, it already had to go up against over 400 void sea serpents and over a dozen void sea dragons at a time. With only a Tier 4 legendary flying mount, Zero Wings team shouldn't think of advancing any further once they reach the 10,000-yard mark. I know that, Daira said before retracting his gaze and refocusing his attention on the floating island. A legendary flying mount might be tempting, but it was nothing compared to the Void Saint hidden class. So long as he could become a Void Saint, he might very well have a chance of joining the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate. Even the Paimon conglomerate's helmsman would have to behave humbly in front of him if he succeeded. Obtaining a legendary flying mount would also become a piece of cake. A short moment later, the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon could be seen catching up to the flying mounts belonging to paragons, such as Trekt and Saint 9. At the same time, all these flying mounts entered within 10,000 yards of the floating island. Meanwhile, as soon as these flying mounts crossed the 10,000-yard mark, each flying mount came face-to-face with over 1,000 void sea serpents and several dozen void sea dragons. Trekt and the other paragons could feel their scalps tingling when they saw how many enemies they had to go up against. It was especially so when they saw how many void sea dragons stood in their way. The void sea dragons were not only superior mythic monsters, but also void sea creatures. Even players with Tier 5 combat power could, at most, resist the attacks of 2 or 3 void sea dragons simultaneously. They would instantly fall if they had to go up against several dozen simultaneously. At this time, Trekt and the other paragons weren't the only ones feeling the pressure. Midsummer and the others riding atop the Frostflame dragon also felt their confidence wavering. Everyone, get ready to defend. Su Qianlu anxiously commanded as she readied the staff in her hand. The Frostflame dragon might be faster than the void creatures, but it still needed considerable time to maneuver its way across the monster's blockade. This meant that those riding on the Frostflame dragon would have to survive the onslaught of several dozen void sea dragons for a considerable amount of time. That won't be necessary. While everyone was getting ready to defend themselves, Laura suddenly stepped to the front of the crowd. Then she calmly said, "All you need to do is stand still." Stand still. Midsummer and the others couldn't help but be confused as they looked at Laura, failing to comprehend what the other party was trying to convey. However, before the crowd on the Frostflame Dragon's back could process Laura's words, Laura suddenly unsheathed the long sword by her waist. Subsequently, all everyone managed to see was a blinding light appearing in front of them, followed by Laura returning her long sword to its sheath. Boom, boom, boom. When Laura's longsword clicked into its sheath, blood suddenly burst from the bodies of the several dozen void sea dragons in the distance. Then, these superior mythic monsters fell to the void sea down below, one after another. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3306, Chapter 380, Demigod. Chapter 3306, Chapter 380, Demigod. Chapter 380, Demigod equals TL notes. Made a change to Chapter 380, Original. Meanwhile, as soon as these flying mounts crossed the 10,000-yard mark, each flying mount came face to face with over 1,000 void sea serpents and several dozen void sea dragons. Trekt and the other paragons could feel their scalps tingling when they saw how many enemies they had to go up against. It was especially so when they saw how many void sea dragons stood in their way. Changed to, meanwhile, as soon as these flying mounts crossed the 10,000-yard mark, a significantly greater number of monsters moved to hinder their advance. Among them, the mutated Frostflame Phantom Dragon had to deal with over 1,000 void sea serpents and several dozen void sea dragons simultaneously. Trekt and the other paragons felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. It was especially so when they saw the grouping of void sea dragons. Impossible. Who is she? Whether it was Trekt and the other Tier 4 paragons or the 4 beast warriors, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw the several dozen void sea dragons blocking Zero Wing's team falling into the void sea. They were so shocked by this scene that they had nearly forgotten to defend themselves against the void sea dragons they faced. Meanwhile, standing atop the Frostflame Dragon's back, Midsummer couldn't help but turn to look at Sherfong and ask, "Who is this person? Guild leader?" Even Trekt, an existence on par with Empress Blood Arrow and the undefeated Battle Maniac, had great difficulty going up against 3 void sea dragons by himself. If he tried to take on several dozen void sea dragons by himself, he would instantly be reduced to ashes. After all of the void sea dragons could attack from range. If several dozen of them attacked, there'd be no room for him to make evasive maneuvers. Yet, the woman named Laura Crater had heavily damaged several dozen void sea dragons in one move. Her strength was utterly horrifying. Xiao, has Zero Wing always had such an expert? June, Luosha asked, the corner of her eyes twitching as she looked at Wu Xiao. The degree of shock she experienced from seeing what just happened was beyond the shock she experienced from learning about Shifeng's ownership of a legendary flying mount. At this time, June Luosha could only think of one word to describe the woman known as Laura Crater. Invincible. True invincibility. Daira's 4 bodyguards had to work together just to hold back a dozen or so void sea dragons from attacking Daira. Moreover, that was under the condition that all 4 of them had reached Tier 5. It should be known that the 4 beast warriors were not some random nobodies. They were paragons nurtured by the Paimon conglomerate for many years. During their early years, their names were known throughout the Starlight Realm, and the fame they enjoyed back then went far beyond what paragons like Trekt currently enjoyed. But now, comparing the 4 beast warriors to Laura Crater felt like comparing the glow of 4 fireflies with the glow of a full moon. With an expert like Laura Crater defending Zero Wing, the guild's position in the miniature ancient world would be unshakable. Did Zero Wing have such an expert? Wu Xiao did not have an answer to June Luosha's question. This was because she was equally shocked and confused by this situation. She never knew Zero Wing had an expert of Laura's caliber under its command. The reason behind Wu Xiaoxiao's confidence in inviting Jun Luosha to join Zero Wing was because of Shi Feng and the 100 refinement building in Gazing Moon City. Meanwhile, like Jun Luosha, this was the first time Wu Xiaoxiao was meeting with the person known as Laura Crater. While everyone was immersed in shock and confusion, Shi Feng steered the Frost Flame Dragon to the floating island. In only a few seconds, the Frost Flame Dragon overtook Daira's party of 5. Meanwhile, every Void Sea Dragon that tried to hinder the Frost Flame Dragon's advance was struck down without fail by Laura's sword. Damn it! Daira cursed when he saw that Zero Wing's team had moved within 1,000 yards of the floating island. Then he turned to Platinum Behemoth and asked, "Platinum, what is that person's standard?" "Tier 6. Platinum Behemoth said, a hint of fear surfacing in his eyes as he looked at the distant Laura Crater. Her strike just now has already reached the entry level of the Tier 6 standard. The entry level of Tier 6. Surprised, Dairo exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean she's already on par with White Owl?" "Most likely." Platinum Behemoth nodded. "If we have to compete against her for the legacy, we have 0 chances of winning. White Owl was one of the Paimon conglomerate's current 10 core paragons. Not only did she receive a fragmented legendary equipment set from the conglomerate, but she was even assigned a legendary weapon of high compatibility. Recently, she had even successfully constructed a Tier 5 epic mana body, becoming a candidate for the conglomerate's 3 overlords position in the future. At the same time, White Owl was also responsible for commanding the Tier 4 army that would be invading the miniature ancient world to deal with Zero Wing. Moreover, because of a favor she owed to the Divine Seal Saints several years ago, she had agreed to complete her promotion to Tier 5 as soon as she entered the World Passage. Damn it! Contact White Owl and have her hurry over here." Daira said in dissatisfaction. "It's all that damn Zero Wing's fault. Once White Owl's group arrives, I'll make sure Zero Wing suffers." The appearance of the Void God's settlement in the miniature ancient world's World Passage was a huge surprise even for him. Originally, he had thought of monopolizing the Void Saint legacy, but that evidently wouldn't be possible now. When Platinum Behemoth had gone offline to contact White Owl, Zero Wing's team also arrived on the Void God's floating island. When Hidden Soul, who had only gotten promoted to Tier 4 recently, felt the eternal energy present on the island, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What an incredible place this is! Not only does it have such dense mana, but it even has eternal energy diffused across the air. This place will be wonderful for training." Gentle Snow, who had similarly reached Tier 4, excitedly nodded in agreement. Setting aside the solidified mana environment, just the eternal energy diffused in the air was enough to make it the dream training ground of countless players. Players seeking to train their skills, spells, and combat techniques could achieve incredible results here. Even players looking to create their Tier 5 mana body could receive great help from the environment here. "This isn't a place for training," Shi Feng said, shaking his head as he looked at the numerous void chains that covered the island. "Not for training." Looking at Shi Feng in confusion, Midsummer asked, "Wasn't it mentioned that the Void Saint legacy could be found here?" "The Void Saint legacy indeed exists here," Shi Feng said. Then he turned to look at a nearby town and explained, "But this island itself is a space-time prison built specifically to imprison the greater gods' domain's demigods. Void gods constantly wandered the void, so most people knew very little about them. However, Shi Feng happened to come across a piece of important information related to the void gods during his previous life. This information was also one of the greater gods' domain's great secrets. Imprisoned demigods? Do demigods need to be imprisoned? Existence capable of being regarded as a demigod in God's domain were NPCs who were only one step away from reaching Tier 6. However, there were plenty of such demigod rank NPCs, in the greater God's domain. There was also very little these demigod NPCs could accomplish in the greater God's domain, since even a country like the ancient River Kingdom had Tier 6 NPCs guarding it. It is naturally unnecessary to imprison ordinary demigods, Shifeng said before pausing for a short moment. Then he continued, but what if it's a demigod who has destroyed a kingdom or an empire in the greater God's domain? What? A demigod who has destroyed a country in the greater God's domain? How is that even possible? Wu Xiaoxiao did not believe Shifeng's words for even a second. No matter how powerful a demigod was, they would still be nothing more than Tier 5 NPCs. Meanwhile, the greater God's domain was a place where many Tier 6 NPCs existed. There was no way a demigod could destroy an entire kingdom in the greater God's domain, much less an empire. However, in response to Wu Xiaoxiao's doubt, Shifeng simply chuckled and did not bother offering additional explanations. In God's domain, there were significant differences even between demigods. In fact, the difference could be even bigger than the gap between Tier 5 and Tier 6. If memory serves him correctly, it wouldn't be long before a piece of major news would shake the entire greater God's domain, the destruction of a realm caused by a demigod. While Shifeng and the others were making their way closer to the nearby village, a powerful voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds, the voice instilling fear into everyone's souls. Humans, this is not a place for you to approach. System, you have discovered the settlement of void gods. You have triggered a legendary main storyline quest for the greater God's domain. Do you wish to accept the quest? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3307, Chapter 381, Pseudo 5th Floor Expert. Chapter 3307, Chapter 381, Pseudo 5th Floor Expert. Chapter 381, Pseudo 5th Floor Expert. TL Notes, made a change to Chapter 381. 10 Core Paragons - 10 Great Paragons. A legendary main storyline quest for the greater God's domain. Everyone from Zero Wing subconsciously gulped when they saw the system notification they had just received. They did not know whether they should be smiling or crying over this situation. According to the information they gathered, legendary quests remained incredibly rare in the greater God's domain. Most Tier 6 experts would only come across 1 or 2 legendary quests throughout their careers in God's domain. As for legendary main storyline quests related to the greater God's domain, their rarity was even higher, and most players in the greater God's domain would spend their entire careers in God's domain without ever seeing one. Meanwhile, so long as players could complete such a legendary main storyline quest, the resulting effects could affect the entire greater God's domain. The rewards players could receive from completing such a quest would also be beyond their wildest imaginations. Though, conversely, the penalty would be unbelievably harsh if they fail such a quest. Out of everyone present, Shifeng was the only person unfazed by the quest notification. After looking at the notification, he said through the team chat, "Anyone who wishes to attempt becoming a Void Saint can accept the quest. The system won't assign the actual quest to you until you become a Void Saint. So, if you fail the class change, the only penalty you'll receive is a prohibition from attempting the Void Saint class change in the future." The Void Saint class was different from his Sword Law Saint class in that it wasn't unique. There was no limit to the number of players who could become a Void Saint. However, every player would only ever have one opportunity to attempt to class change into a Void Saint. So long as they failed, they couldn't attempt the class change again, even if they started a new account. When Zero Wings members heard Shifeng's explanation, they breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, though, everyone couldn't help but be surprised by Shifeng's explanation. It was especially true for Laura Crater and the other members of the Glimmer Adventurer team. The details of becoming a Void Saint were a secret known by only those standing at the apex of the greater god's domain. So Laura and the others couldn't help but wonder how Sherfong, someone who supposedly lacked a powerful background, would know about this secret. Subsequently, everyone apart from Sherfong and Laura chose to accept the quest. Then, after everyone had made their decisions, a large phantom suddenly appeared in front of the town. The phantom was a 100-meter-tall giant that looked like someone had cut out a portion of a starry sky and shaped it into a person. The instant the phantom appeared, everyone present could feel a powerful divine might washing over them. The divine might was so powerful that even Sherfong and Laura found themselves completely immobilized. Void Phantom. God. Void Saint. Level? HP? What? A powerful doppelganger. It should be known that Laura was already a bona fide Tier 5 Sword Saint, whereas Sherfong might not have reached Tier 5 yet, but he was already strong enough to match Tier 5 players. In their current states, not even Tier 6 gods could immobilize them using only divine might. Yet now, the two of them were rendered immobile by the divine might of a mere doppelganger. Humans, I've warned you, the Void Phantom coldly said. Since you insist on entering, be prepared to accept the consequences. As soon as the Void Phantom finished speaking, it made a grabbing gesture with its hand, instantly causing everyone except Sherfong and Laura to vanish into thin air. Then, the Void Phantom gradually dissipated and disappeared. Upon seeing this, Sherfong and Laura did not panic. They also didn't choose to leave their current location, opting to wait outside the town for the others to return. After all, there were dangers all over the island, and it would be difficult for most Tier 4 players to survive against the level 150-plus Tier 5 legendary monsters that occupied the island. Hopefully, someone can succeed. Sherfong inwardly prayed as he looked at the town that was wrapped in void chains. It would be a huge jackpot for Zero Wing if anyone manages to become a Void Saint. Void Saints were known to be invincible among those of the same tier when fighting in the void. They could even transcend tiers. So, even at Tier 5, a Void Saint could be a formidable force. If Zero Wing could have a Void Saint on its side, it would have the qualifications to fight for a foothold in the void zones between realms. Those were places where upper-ranking hegemonic powers mainly operated. Time quickly passed, and 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. At this time, a large group of players arrived a short distance away from the island. Among this group of players were Dyra's party of 5 and paragons such as Trekt and Saint 9. However, out of this group of several dozen, Dyra, surprisingly, wasn't the one standing in the lead. Instead, it was a short-haired woman wearing a suit of silver armor and a crown that had a sacred appearance. Upon closer observation, one would notice 2 other Tier 5 experts were standing next to this short-haired woman. Of these 2 Tier 5 experts, one was a middle-aged elven woman wielding a staff that looked like it was wrapped by lightning bolts, while the other was a 6-meter-tall middle-aged man with a muscular body and tan skin. Both these 2 Tier 5 experts and the short-haired woman were at level 140, and all 3 of them were clad in equipment that could absolutely blind the eyes of all players in the miniature ancient world. All 3 of these players were clad in fragmented legendary equipment sets, with the short-haired woman's set being an 8-piece set, and the other 2's sets being 6-piece sets. However, for the 2 with 6-piece sets, each of them was equipped with a piece of legendary equipment. Meanwhile, the auras these 3 players radiated were so powerful that ordinary Tier 4 players would have difficulty breathing in their presence. This place can make for an excellent training ground. It's a pity that Saint Arm and I have already ascended to Tier 5, the middle-aged elven woman said after briefly scanning the island with her eyes. Then she turned to Meteor and Star Snail and continued, "But you 2 have lucked out. Don't tease us, Big Sis Storm, the red-haired youth named Meteor, tamely said, "Star Snail, and I admire you and Big Brother Saint Arm a lot. You two are only half a step away from reaching the 5th floor standard, whereas Star Snail and I are still far from even reaching the pseudo-5th floor standard." When Trekt and the other paragons saw how the middle-aged elven woman treated Meteor and Star Snail like they were her juniors, and how Meteor's and Star Snail's obedient responses, they couldn't help but gape in shock. Meteor and Star Snail were both ranked among the top 10 of the Miniature Ancient World's God list. They had also become internal paragons of the Paimon conglomerate at a young age. With their current achievements, it was only a matter of time before they became core members of the Paimon conglomerate. Because of their statuses, Meteor and Star Snail didn't even have to behave respectfully when dealing with the 4 beast warriors. Yet, in front of the elven woman and tanned man, they behaved no differently than obedient kittens. However, when Meteor and Star Snail saw the reactions of Trekt and the other paragons, they simply rolled their eyes in response. Ignorant fools. Meteor inwardly sneered as he looked at Trekt and the others. Whether it was the middle-aged elven woman or the middle-aged giant man, both were core paragons nurtured by the Paimon conglomerate. In terms of combat standards, both of them have already reached the pseudo-5th floor standard. Although they were met with failure when competing with the position of Paimon's 10 great paragons and forced to ascend to Tier 5. So long as they reached Tier 6, they would be instantly promoted to elders in the Paimon conglomerate. At that time, they would only be one rank beneath the 3 overlords in the conglomerate's chain of command, and their statuses would be vastly superior to existences like the 4 beast warriors. Meanwhile, when the middle-aged elven woman saw the 2 cloaked figures standing outside the distant town, she looked to Platinum Behemoth and asked, "Are those 2 Zero Wings members?" "Yes." Platinum Behemoth hurriedly nodded. Apart from their group, the only players that could possibly be on this floating island right now were Zero Wings members. After hearing Platinum Behemoth's answer, the elven woman promptly swung the staff she wielded. "Disappear, you nuisances. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3308, Chapter 382, Another Lunatic? Chapter 3308, Chapter 382, Another Lunatic? Chapter 382, Another Lunatic? 1,000 yards away outside the town, on the floating island, when the middle-aged elven woman swung the staff she wielded, 3 magic arrays with a 500-yard radius instantly formed in the sky, every one of them being a magic array for a Tier 5 spell. Tier 5 spell, Forbidden Realm. Tier 5 spell, Life Bondage. Tier 5 spell, Thunder's Fury. All 3 of these spells were top tier among Tier 5 spells. A Tier 5 Grand Wizard at the 4th floor standard would be fortunate if they could silent cast one of them, while a titled expert could only barely silent cast 2 simultaneously. After all, the complexity of spells increased exponentially along with the increase of their tiers. Yet, the elven woman had easily silent cast 3 Tier 5 spells simultaneously. The level of control she just displayed was simply ungodly, and even the 4 beast warriors and paragons such as Trekt couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Is this the strength of a pseudo-5th floor expert? Meteor couldn't help but sigh ruefully as he watched the 3 Tier 5 spells taking shape. Although he was regarded as a titled expert, which essentially meant he had reached the peak of the 4th floor standard, it was evident that there was still a huge gap between him and someone who had already taken half a step into the 5th floor standard. When can I also reach this standard? Star Snail wondered enviously. It might seem like titled experts were only 1 step away from matching pseudo-5th floor experts, but there was an insurmountable gap between the two. After all, a titled expert was still only at the domain realm, whereas a pseudo-5th floor expert was already in the beyond domain realm. A pseudo-5th floor expert could maintain peak focus at all times. They could even grasp their sixth sense, becoming able to predict all of their opponents' movements ahead of time and move in response to those predictions. On top of that, they could instinctively exhibit the power of silver combat techniques with their every move. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a pseudo-fifth floor expert could beat titled experts to a point where the latter couldn't even resist. Meanwhile, when Saint Arm, the 6-meter-tall man, saw the magic arrays in the sky, he said in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you a little too quick to act, Storm? How am I supposed to get any action like this? First come, first served. It's your fault for being slow," the elven woman named Storm nonchalantly responded. While Storm was speaking, the 3 Tier 5 spells she cast also began their performance. However, just when everyone thought the 3 Tier 5 spells would devastate the land outside the town, one of the cloaked figures, a woman targeted by Storm's spells, suddenly stood up from the ground and drew her sword. Then, following her actions was a bright flash. When the bright flash disappeared, all mana in the sky vanished along with it. As a result, the 3 Tier 5 spells crumbled apart, failing to activate properly. Naturally, none of the lands outside the town was subjected to any devastation. Void Annihilation, the 26th ranked absolute technique. Platinum Behemoth exclaimed when he saw the empty space in the sky, distorting. If the average player in the greater God's domain were to see someone distorting space in the void, they would most likely think nothing of it. However, for any expert yearning to learn the greater God's domain's 99 absolute techniques, they would instantly recognize it as the product of Void Annihilation, the 26th ranked absolute technique. This was because a certain Tier 6 powerhouse had relied on this technique to secure the championship of the 7 Luminaries League's A-League. In terms of raw power, Void Annihilation was already comparable to gold combat techniques. The only reason it was evaluated as an advanced silver combat technique was due to a limitation that prevented users from using the combat technique consecutively. Otherwise, it'd be no different than gold combat techniques. Before everyone could get over their shock from seeing Void Annihilation, the cloaked woman drew her sword once more. Boom! A thunderous explosion immediately echoed across the floating island. Then, before anyone could process what just happened, the space next to Storm suddenly distorted, forming a distorted barrier of sorts. "This will be your only warning. Turn back now," Laura declared as she looked in Storm's direction. Then, she sheathed her long sword and sat back down under the shade of the tree next to her, closing her eyes to rest. Is she crazy? Meteor and the others couldn't help but look at Laura with stupefied looks on their faces. It should be known that even Dyra had to curb his arrogance in front of White Owl's party. Yet, Laura had threatened White Owl's party. What are these people from Zero Wing made of? Trecht was at a loss for words when he saw Laura threatening White Owl's party. Previously, he thought he had already seen the limits of insanity when he saw Black Flame killing Dyra. He never thought he would see the day when someone would threaten a party of core paragons from the Paimon conglomerate to withdraw. For a moment, Trecht even had the urge to ask what Zero Wing's members actually thought of the Paimon conglomerate. Do you think you're invincible just because you've grasped Void Annihilation? Storm was incensed by Laura's threat. Immediately, Storm executed Elven Heart, a god-ranked mana technique that elevated her concentration and mana standards. Then, 2 Tier 5 curses could be seen forming above and under Laura, both curses capable of exhibiting power comparable to Laura's Void Annihilation. Sensing the change in mana flow around her, Laura leisurely stood up and placed her hand around the hilt of her sword. Second form, Soul Break. There was no bright flash this time. Apart from seeing Laura mutter a few words, Meteor and the others saw nothing else happening. Instead, only silence followed after Laura stopped speaking. Then, before anyone realized it, Storm's HP fell to 0. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3309, Chapter 383, Apex Clash. Chapter 3309, Chapter 383, Apex Clash. Chapter 383, Apex Clash. She died. Storm got killed in one hit. Meteor and the other Tier 4 experts present were at a loss for words when they saw Storm's HP suddenly falling to 0, none of them knowing what had just happened. Since when did Void Annihilation have a second form? What a quick strike! Platinum Behemoth broke out in cold sweat as he looked at Laura's distant figure. Platinum Behemoth was currently a Tier 5 player, so unlike Meteor and the other Tier 4 experts, he had caught a glimpse of Laura's attack just now. Or, more specifically, only those with Tier 5 physiques and reaction speeds could possibly hope to perceive Laura's attack. Meanwhile, from what Platinum Behemoth managed to see, Laura had executed 5 slashes after she finished speaking, each one faster than the last. By the 5th slash, he couldn't even see her attack. At the same time, Platinum Behemoth also saw Storm reacting to Laura's attacks, the elven woman instinctively creating a magic barrier and raising her staff to defend herself. However, Storm only managed to defend against the first 3 strikes, whereas the 4th and 5th slashes struck her squarely on the body. With the cloth armor Storm wore, there was no way she could survive 2 full Tier 6 attacks. Different from the 4 Beast Warriors, and the various Tier 4 experts, White Owl, Saint Arm, and Dyra reacted calmly to Storm's death. Before Meteor and the others could make sense of the 3's reactions, they suddenly saw Storm's body vanishing in the blink of an eye and reappearing at a location roughly 20 yards away. The elven woman was also alive and healthy at this time. You've even used Illusory World. Did you need to get so serious, Storm? Saint Arm jokingly said as he watched Storm flying back. When it came to pseudo-fifth floor experts like them, it was incredibly difficult for opponents of the same tier to kill them. After all, by relying on the 6th sense they grasped after reaching the Beyond Domain realm, they could predict most, if not all, dangers and take appropriate countermeasures. Of course, it'd be a different story if the opponent had strength so overwhelming that it could render all of their countermeasures useless. However, it should be known that Storm possessed many life-saving capabilities. Not only did she possess numerous Tier 4 and Tier 5 life-saving spells, but she also had the True Amulet, a legendary equipment that could let her avoid death once a day. Unless the opponent was someone on the level of White Owl, it would take a significant amount of time to kill Storm. Moreover, that was under the precondition that Storm did not try to run away. If Storm focused on escaping, even White Owl could not kill her. Why don't you try fighting her? Then, Storm said as she rolled her eyes at Saint Arm. Illusory World was a life-saving spell she learned after getting promoted to Tier 5. The spell allowed her to enter an illusory space while leaving behind a phantom of herself in the real world. The phantom possessed all of her abilities, and it could attack her opponents while she waited for an opportunity to launch an ambush from the illusory space. Originally, Storm had planned to launch a 2-pronged attack with her phantom. However, the instant she harbored thoughts of attacking Laura, her 6th sense warned her of great danger, so she promptly dismissed her plan of attacking Laura with her main body as well. Instead, she decided to let her phantom do all the fighting while she stood by and observed what kind of cards Laura had up her sleeves. Only Storm didn't think her phantom would get killed after only one exchange. Saint Arm shook his head. I'm no fool. She has a legendary weapon. I'm no match for her in a one-on-one. Storm grew even more incensed upon hearing Saint Arm's reply. She didn't think Saint Arm would be such a coward, admitting defeat without even trying to fight Laura. Neither of you needs to take her on. Leave her to me. White Owl, the short-haired woman, suddenly said before leaping into the air. Then, while making her way to Laura, she added You two take care of the kid over there. Understood. Storm and Saint Arm responded respectfully, neither of them questioning White Owl's decision as they were fully confident in their commander's capabilities. In addition to being one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons, White Owl had also created an epic mana body for her Tier 5 promotion. In her current state, she could even hold her ground against actual Tier 6 players. Not to mention, Laura was only a Tier 5 Sword Saint. As a Tier 5 Divine Rune Warrior, White Owl could easily overpower Laura in terms of strength. As soon as Storm and Saint Arm voiced their responses, a great sword wrapped in starlight appeared in White Owl's right hand. Immediately afterward, White Owl swung the dazzling weapon with both hands, sending a blade of light flying in Laura's direction. At the same time, the mana around White Owl transformed into a miniature star that covered a 300-yard radius and disintegrated everything caught within its range. Starfall, the 49th ranked absolute technique. Is this the strength of one of Paimon's 10 great paragons? Trekt couldn't help but gasp when he saw the miniature star that had formed before him. Devastation. True devastation. Sensing the power contained within this miniature star, Trekt had no doubt that it could destroy an entire island in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, Laura finally got serious when going up against this devastating attack, choosing to unsheath the long sword by her waist as she got ready to welcome White Owl's attack. What an amazing sword! Sherfong mentally exclaimed as he looked at the dark long sword in Laura's hand. The entire weapon was pitch black, like the night sky, and the blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. Yet, despite its dark appearance, the weapon radiated a faint silver glow. In the past, Laura would sheath her long sword as soon as she was done executing her attacks. So, this was the first time Sherfong could inspect it in detail. When it came to knowledge about one-handed swords, Sherfong wouldn't say that he was the most knowledgeable in the greater god's domain, but he dared to say that he ranked among the top 3. Yet, the long sword Laura wielded did not match the appearance of any legendary sword in his knowledge. In fact, it didn't even have the basic mana-gathering properties of a legendary weapon. However, there was no way Laura's longsword was beneath the legendary rank. Not on his life would Sherfong believe the weapon was inferior to legendary weapons. In that case, Sherfong could only think of one possibility to explain why he had no knowledge of Laura's weapon, and why the longsword could exhibit the power of legendary weapons without having the basic properties of a legendary weapon. A fragmented divine artifact. What Laura wielded in her hand was a weapon Sherfong had constantly dreamed of obtaining during his previous life. For the sake of obtaining a fragmented divine weapon, he had even paid numerous powers exorbitant prices to help him in searching for clues. At this moment, Sherfong finally understood why Laura was confident she could break through the Paimon conglomerate's blockade once she got promoted to Tier 5. After all, a fragmented divine weapon could instantly elevate the average 4th floor expert to the apex of the greater god's domain once this expert reached Tier 6. If such a weapon was put into the hands of Laura's caliber, anything could become possible. Subsequently, Laura could be seen charging forward and stabbing her long sword into the miniature star that White Owl had transformed into. When both sides made contact, dazzling lights emerged from the point of contact. Then, the miniature star could be seen rapidly dimming before eventually bursting apart, and revealing White Owl using both hands to swing her starlight greatsword into Laura's dark longsword. Boom! A powerful explosion resulted from the collision of weapons. However, it wasn't the last explosion, but rather the first of many as White Owl began brandishing her starlight greatsword and sending a barrage of attacks at Laura as if she were firing a machine gun. Tier 5 taboo skill, self-acceleration. Heaven's Collapse, the 30th absolute technique. The taboo skill and absolute technique combined allowed White Owl to become a machine of mass destruction. she executed over 100 attacks in the blink of an eye, and not even Tier 5 players like the 4 Beast Warriors could keep up with the attacks. However, Laura was not at all inferior to White Owl. With a simple thrust of her longsword, over 100 streamers formed before her, each streamer carrying power at the Tier 6 standard. Boom, boom, boom. After hundreds of exchanges between Laura and White Owl, the sky above the floating island began to distort, and even the legendary monsters on the island started to distance themselves from the town. However, as the number of exchanges increased, those spectating the fight quickly noticed a problem. White Owl's HP was decreasing bit by bit. Although White Owl would only lose small amounts of HP in every exchange, her HP had already fallen to 70% after several hundred exchanges. At this rate, it was clear that it was only a matter of time before White Owl got killed. Partway through the fight, White Owl suddenly distanced herself from Laura. Then she glared at Storm and Saint Arm, shouting, "Why aren't you two getting rid of that kid yet?" Storm and Saint Arm instantly snapped out of their dazes when they heard White Owl's words. Their commander's intentions were clear. They were to work with her to deal with Laura after taking care of Black Flame. Understanding this, Storm and Saint Arm promptly charged at Sure Fong, who had similarly been watching the show this entire time. "Don't blame Big Sister for this. Kid, it'll only hurt for a moment," Storm said, licking her lips as she looked at Sure Fong. Then she transformed her staff into a large thunderbolt and threw it at Sure Fong. The move Storm just used was Thunder God's Spear, an additional act of profound inheritance that came with her staff. Meanwhile, the speed and power of this move were not at all inferior to Laura's Void Annihilation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3310, Chapter 384, 1 verses 2, Chapter 3310, Chapter 384, 1 verses 2, Chapter 384, 1 verses 2 accompanied by thunder. The Thunder God's Spear in Storm's hand instantly flew through the sky and reached Sure Fong, its speed so fast that even Meteor and the other spectating Tier 4 experts had failed to catch it. However, at the same time as the Thunder God's Spear arrived before Sure Fong, the flow of time seemingly slowed down. Moreover, this phenomenon wasn't limited to just Sure Feng's vicinity. Everything within a 500-yard radius had seemingly entered a state of stagnation. The descent of the falling leaves had slowed to a halt, and the dirt raised from the ground stayed suspended in the air. At this moment, Sure Fong, the epicenter of this strange phenomenon, appeared to be the only existence unaffected. Subsequently, Sure Fong could be seen unsheathing the Winter of Eternal Night and executing a simple strike against the Thunder God's Spear, forcibly altering its trajectory. Ultimately, the Thunder God's Spear failed to hit Sure Fong, only brushing past Sure Feng's shoulder and flattening a distant mountain. How can a Tier 4 player possibly deflect that kind of attack? Meteor was greatly shocked as he looked at the flattened mountain. After all, going by the destruction caused, Storm's Thunder God Spear was already close to rivaling a Tier 6 player's attack. What did he do? Saint Arm was similarly surprised by this turn of events. He knew very clearly how powerful the attack was. Now that Storm had reached Tier 5 already, few existences below Tier 6 should be able to stop her Thunder God Spear. Even if pseudo-fifth floor experts could predict the attack's trajectory, they wouldn't be able to evade it, let alone deflect it. Yet, Sure Fong had accomplished this feat through some unknown means. Sure Fong drastically slowed down the flow of time around him, causing the Thunder God's Spear to lose much of its speed, which in turn allowed him to deflect the attack. This was the first time Saint Arm had seen such a phenomenon, and he couldn't help but find it unbelievable. As expected of Thunderstorm, I might have gotten killed if I hadn't promptly upgraded the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank, Sure Fong thought, feeling a little surprised as he looked at the vibrating Winter of Eternal Night. It might seem like he had deflected the thunder god's spear with little effort to everyone, but Shurfeng knew just how close to death he was just now. The elven woman named Thunderstorm was one of the Paimon conglomerate's iconic figures. She might not be on the level of the three overlords, but she was still a top-tier presence in the 7 luminaries A-League. Thunderstorm was especially known for her mastery over the lightning element. Rather than an elementalist, it'd be more appropriate to describe her as a war goddess of thunder. Her attacks were often so fast that her opponents would get killed before they could even react. Although Thunderstorm had yet to reach Tier 6, her current strength was already plenty terrifying. If not for the Winter of Eternal Night having the hidden ability to freeze all things, Shurfeng would have definitely failed to react to Thunderstorm's attack just now. After all, Shurfeng was still only a Tier 4 player, while his opponent was a Tier 5 player equipped with a 6-piece fragmented legendary equipment set and 1 piece of legendary equipment. Even if he had a legendary weapon and Tier 5 physique, winning against an expert like Thunderstorm would still be impossible. Die! Not giving Shurfeng any time to rest, Saint Arm suddenly appeared in front of Shurfeng, wielding 2 massive shields. Then he smashed both shields down at Shurfeng, his hulking frame making it look like a house was crashing down on Shurfeng. However, Saint Arm wasn't just attacking Shurfeng with a straightforward shield bash. During his attack, Saint Arm also executed a rapid footwork, instantly creating over 20 realistic afterimages around Shurfeng, his speed so fast he could put Tier 5 assassins to shame. Earthen Dance. Shurfeng remained unfazed when he saw Saint Arm's realistic afterimages. Instead, he calmly activated World of Frost, causing the flow of time around him to stagnate even more and creating 9 frost swords around him. 9-fold swords orbit. Immediately, Shurfeng brandished the 9 frost swords, creating a field of stars that rapidly orbited him in a 50-yard radius. He did not dare to underestimate Saint Arm in the slightest. Saint Arm was of the giant race, one of the few races with the Titan bloodline. At the same time, he also had the Time Guardian class, which was considered a lost class in God's domain. Unlike the Winter of Eternal Night, which manipulated time by freezing it, Saint Arm could manipulate time itself. Using this ability, he could accelerate his movements to a significant degree and maintain that accelerated speed throughout entire fights. Meanwhile, as a Tier 5 Time Guardian, Saint Arm could increase his speed by a maximum of 300%, 100% plus 300%. Of course, this powerful ability wasn't without its flaws. Although Time Guardians could increase their movement speed and attack speed to extraordinary extents, their reaction speeds would remain unchanged. So if a Time Guardian's neural reactions couldn't keep up with their movements, they would only worsen their combat performance if they accelerated themselves too much. In Saint Arm's case, he could only afford to increase his speed by 200%. Subsequently, the countless stars formed around Shurfeng started striking Saint Arm's twin shields one after another, each collision pushing Saint Arm back a little. In no time at all, Saint Arm was pushed out of the field of stars, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get within 50 yards of Shurfeng. Damn it! Is he really just a Tier 4 Sword Emperor? Saint Arm gnashed his teeth as he looked at the countless stars that orbited Shurfeng. Normally, swordsmen and assassins were Saint Arm's favorite classes to go against. This was because both of these classes relied on speed to achieve combat superiority. However, ever since Saint Arm class changed from a shield warrior into a Time Guardian, he was able to overwhelm both classes in terms of speed, negating the advantage of both classes. On top of that, shield warriors were inherently superior to swordsmen and assassins in terms of strength. So, he had essentially become the perfect counter to swordsmen and assassins. But now, not only were Shurfeng's frost swords overpowering him, but they were also overwhelming his reaction speed. So long as he got within 50 yards of Shurfeng, he would have to face the attacks of at least 5 frost swords simultaneously. In such a situation, he didn't have any room for evasive maneuvers and could only receive the attacks with his shield. "Keep him pinned for me, Saint Arm," Storm suddenly said to Saint Arm through the team chat. "I refuse to believe he can withstand Thunder Realm's avatar." "Thunder Realm's descent. You got it." Saint Arm promptly nodded when he heard Storm's words. Thunder Realm's descent was a combination attack Storm had developed, and it was her ultimate trump card. The attack combined Thunder Realm with a magic barrier that enhanced the curse's power. In the case of Thunder Realm, it was a powerful curse that launched many thunderbolts. Now, that Storm was at Tier 5. The curse could easily overwhelm even the reaction speeds of Tier 5 players. As for the magic barrier, it functioned to enhance the power of the individual thunderbolts launched. Subsequently, Saint Arm began attacking Shifeng in a frenzied manner, forcing Shifeng to defend himself with all of his strength to prevent the Time Guardian from getting close to him. In the meantime, Storm began chanting a series of incantations and drawing magic arrays with her staff. From time to time, she would also throw a bunch of mana stones at certain locations. In less than 10 seconds, over 30 Grandmaster magic arrays had appeared in Shifeng's vicinity, these magic arrays linking together to form one big magic array that covered a 1,000-yard radius. Amazing! She used less than 10 seconds to create a Grandmaster barrier. Trecht exclaimed as he looked at the barrier before him. The construction of magic barriers was complicated and time-consuming. Normally, magicians would prepare magic barriers in advance using magic scrolls. That way, they simply needed to use the scrolls whenever they needed to use a magic barrier. Of course, there was also a problem in doing so. Barriers formed using magic scrolls would have weaker than average power. This was because mana needed to be supplied to the magic scrolls beforehand, and this stored mana would wear away with time. Moreover, due to the limitations of the materials used to create magic scrolls, only a limited amount of mana could be stored in them. Normally, a magic barrier constructed using magic scrolls would be fortunate to exhibit half of the power of the real deal. But because it didn't take much time to construct a magic barrier using magic scrolls, such barriers were much more practical in actual battles. Hence, hardly anyone in the greater God's domain would attempt to construct a magic barrier from scratch in the middle of a battle. Yet, Storm had used less than 10 seconds to construct a Grandmaster barrier. The level of skill she possessed was simply astounding. When Storm saw that her magic barrier was active, she promptly waved her staff and shouted, "Thunder Realm!" If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3311, Chapter 385, Magic Suppression, Chapter 3311, Chapter 385, Magic Suppression, Chapter 385, Magic Suppression. TL Notes. Fixed an error in Chapter 384. When Storm saw that her magic barrier was active, she promptly waved her staff and shouted, "Thunder Realm!" Fix 2. When Storm saw that her magic barrier was active, she promptly waved her staff and shouted, "Thunder Realm's Descent." On the floating island, as soon as Storm finished speaking, a magic barrier that covered a 1,000-yard radius appeared around Shifeng, thunderbolts constantly striking the inside of the barrier. Every thunderbolt carried as much power as the Thunder God's spear previously used by Storm, and these thunderbolts easily numbered more than 300. Upon sensing the devastating power the thunderbolts carried, even the 4 beast warriors spectating from a distance couldn't help but shudder. Although the 4 of them had already become Tier 5 players, they knew they couldn't survive this move, even if all 4 of them worked together. Tier 5 players might have a much stronger physique than Tier 4 players, but even a Tier 5 player would be fortunate if they could defend against 100 of these thunderbolts simultaneously. The fact that Thunder Realm could let its user launch over 300 attacks simultaneously was also why, despite having weaker than average raw power compared to other Tier 5 curses, it was still labeled as a curse. However, thanks to the Grandmaster barrier created by Storm, every one of her Thunder Realm's 300-plus lightning bolts now carried power at the Tier 6 standard. Even Tier 6 experts would feel their scalps going numb when going up against such an attack, let alone Tier 5 players. Is this the strength of the conglomerate's core paragons? Meteor was in awe as he watched Storm controlling over 300 lightning arcs. Until this point, Meteor had always been confident he could enter the ranks of the Paimon conglomerate's core paragons in the future. After all, he was currently already considered a paragon among the conglomerate's internal members. However, after seeing Storm's performance, his confidence started to waver because he realized that the gap between him and an actual core paragon was unbelievably huge. At this time, Meteor even had a feeling that Storm could already go up against the Tier 6 experts of corporations in her current state. With her ability to manipulate over 300 lightning bolts carrying power at the Tier 6 standard, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Storm was a goddess of thunder. Meanwhile, after seeing the barrier taking shape, Saint Arm promptly fled out of it, not daring to stay within it for even a moment longer. Although Storm could manipulate the thunderbolts in the magic barrier, she had to manage over 300 thunderbolts at all times. If she mismanaged them and he got hit by a few, he would still be vaporized, even if he was a shield warrior. When Storm saw that Saint Arm had exited the barrier, she looked at Feng and smiled, saying, "You can take pride in the fact that you got me to use Thunder Realm's descent." After saying so, Storm pointed at Feng, and all 300-plus lightning bolts in the barrier transformed into agile serpents that attacked Feng from all directions. At this time, even White Owl and Laura, who were fighting in the distant sky, couldn't help but glance at Storm's Thunder Realm's descent. "If you're thinking of saving him, you best go now before it's too late," White Owl said, grinning as she looked at Laura. Otherwise, he might very well suffer soul annihilation at Storm's hands. Tier 6 attacks already had the power to heavily damage Tier 5 immortal souls. If Storm could land all 300-plus of her thunderbolts, she could even annihilate a Tier 5 immortal soul, let alone a Tier 4 immortal soul. This was also why White Owl had chosen to bring Storm into the miniature ancient world with her. Do I help him? Laura couldn't help but grow a little worried when she saw Storm's attacks. Honestly, even she would have difficulty dodging all 300-plus Thunderbolt attacks, let alone Feng, who wasn't even a Tier 5 player. Yet, if she tried to save Feng, White Owl definitely wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip. Currently, although Laura could suppress White Owl, that was because of her slight advantage in strength. When it came to movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed, they were about evenly matched. So, if she let herself get distracted by Storm's thunderbolts, White Owl would have a great chance of killing her. Yet, if Laura didn't save Feng, Storm's attack might really extinguish Feng's soul. While Laura was hesitating about what to do, Feng, who was inside the magic barrier, suddenly smiled. "You call this Thunder Realm's descent? I'll show you what a true Thunder Realm's descent looks like." After saying so, Feng had the 9 frost swords insert themselves into the ground and form a magic barrier around him. Meanwhile, he drew a series of divine runes with his left hand and had these runes merge themselves with the space around him. Once the divine runes merged with the surrounding space, the 300-plus lightning serpents started to actively avoid Feng, as if afraid of him. Although the lightning serpents continued to linger around Feng, none dared to touch him. Impossible. Storm was dumbfounded when she saw her attacks failing to harm Feng in the slightest. She had launched over 300 attacks at the Tier 6 standard, but none managed to damage Feng. Moreover, It looked like Shifeng had used less effort to neutralize these attacks than when he neutralized her Thunder God spear. Is he really just a Tier 4 Sword Emperor? Trek's mouth turned into a big O shape as he looked at Shifeng. Although Shifeng was currently wearing a black cloak to hide his personal information, the life aura he exuded clearly indicated that he was only a Tier 4 player. But could a Tier 4 Sword Emperor really resist 300-plus Tier 6 attacks? Was he hiding his strength the last time we fought? Platinum Behemoth, who had previously fought Shifeng in the Thunder Restaurant, also gaped in shock at this sight. While everyone outside the magic barrier was looking at Shifeng in shock, Shifeng raised his hand and created one magic array after another before him. With each magic array Shifeng created, the mana in the magic barrier also grew denser. I've seen your moves already, so it's your turn to see mine now. Suddenly, everyone outside the barrier felt a change in Storm's magic barrier. Before anyone could determine what had happened, the lightning serpents lingering around Shifeng suddenly merged into one big ball. Had Storm and Saint Arm opted to attack him together without using any fancy moves, Shifeng would have indeed had difficulty tackling them. He might not even last long against them. After all, the Winter of Eternal Night could only remain at the legendary rank for a limited time. However, it was a different story now that Storm had set up a magic barrier. In the entire Greater God's domain, no expert would dare to use magic barriers against a great Grandmaster Magician. This was because doing so was akin to suicide. Subsequently, once the numerous lightning serpents finished merging into one big ball of lightning, the lightning sphere gradually transformed into a lightning dragon that measured several hundred meters in length. The lightning dragon was also vastly stronger than the lightning serpents from before. Go! Shifeng said as he pointed at the elven woman standing over 1,000 yards away. As if understanding Shifeng's words, the lightning dragon bellowed at Storm and flapped its wings. Despite being Thunder Realm's caster, Storm could not exert any control over the lightning dragon created from her Thunder Realm. Before anyone could react, the massive lightning dragon shot through the magic barrier and devoured Storm in the blink of an eye. Then, the lightning dragon disappeared along with its creator, leaving behind only a piece of equipment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:12. Chapter 33:12. Chapter 386. Shifeng's Secret Storm? Saint Arm fell into a daze when he saw Storm getting vaporized. In terms of combat standards, Storm was not at all inferior to him. When it came to life-saving measures, Storm even had the upper hand. After all, as an elementalist, it would be fatal for her if her opponents managed to get within melee range. So it was only natural she placed more focus on gathering life-saving measures. Meanwhile, combined with her sixth sense, so long as Storm focused on fleeing, not even White Owl could kill her. Yet now Storm had died. Moreover, she had died at the hands of her own Thunder Realm's descent. What did he do? Meteor and the other Tier 4 spectators were confused and horrified as they looked at Shifeng's figure inside the barrier, none of them able to understand what had just happened. The Tier 5 curse clearly originated from Storm. Yet, the curse not only refused to obey Storm, but it even turned around to kill Storm. This situation completely exceeded their understanding of God's domain. Everyone retreat. While everyone was in a panic, White Owl suddenly issued a retreat order through the team chat. Commander Owl, this is the Void Saint legacy we are talking about, Daira hurriedly said when he heard White Owl's call for retreat. We might never come across another opportunity like this if we miss it. The Void Saint class was a stepping stone into the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Senate. Not even Apex powers would be willing to abandon such an opportunity, let alone the Paimon conglomerate. If you wish to suffer soul annihilation, be my guest. White Owl curtly said before taking out a group teleportation crystal and enveloping everyone on her team in a teleportation array. At the same time, everyone in the teleportation array received a prompt asking them whether they agreed to get teleported. Damn it! Daira reluctantly looked at the nearby town before gnashing his teeth and agreeing to the teleportation. Immediately, White Owl and the others vanished into thin air, leaving only Shifeng and Laura on the floating island. They sure didn't take their time leaving, Laura remarked as she watched White Owl's team teleporting away. However, she did not bother chasing after them, opting to sheath her sword instead. A group teleportation crystal could teleport everyone on the same team together. It was a rare and precious tool that was valued at 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal in the greater gods domain, and they were usually treated as strategic items by the various powers. Although the floating island's barrier prevented players from directly teleporting out of the island, it was still possible to teleport to the barrier's edge. There was quite some distance between her current location and the barrier's edge, so unless she employed the help of teleportation magic, as well, there was no way she could catch up to them. "It's a good thing that they've left," Shifeng said, wryly smiling when he saw that Laura still wanted to fight. "I can only fight them for a short time. Had the battle dragged on for a little longer, I would have most likely had to flee." Shifeng could only make use of Thunder Realm's descent once. After all, he had already eliminated Storm, the source of the combination attack. Meanwhile, without Thunder Realm's descent or an attack of a similar caliber, there was no way Shifeng could kill Saint Arm. At best, he could hold his ground against the Time Guardian. After all, a legendary weapon might grant its wielder the strength to transcend tears, but the precondition was that the opponent wasn't equipped with a legendary weapon or equipment. Meanwhile, Saint Arm obviously wasn't part of this category of opponents. Moreover, apart from the legendary rank Winter of Eternal Night, another reason Shifeng could match Saint Arm was because of his level of 155. That put him 15 levels above Saint Arm. If Shifeng was only at level 140, he would have definitely been put at a disadvantage against Saint Arm. Hence, had the battle dragged on until Ancient Dragon's power's duration ran out, Shifeng would have to either flee or get killed by Saint Arm, but I have to say, what you did just now was truly incredible. Could you perhaps be that Yifeng, who recently became a great Grandmaster Magician? Laura asked as she looked at Shifeng suspiciously. It is almost impossible to take over someone else's magic in God's domain. Unless, of course, you manage to grasp all of the magic arrays in that woman's mana body. But that evidently isn't feasible. Besides that, the only other method I can think of is if you manipulated that woman's mana through her magic barrier. Previously, Storm had cast her curse via her magic barrier, so as to strengthen its output. Hence, so long as Shifeng could take control of Storm's magic barrier, he would gain control over her curse. However, that was easier said than done. Taking over another person's magic barrier was an incredibly challenging and time-consuming feat, as one would have to discern the mana nodes in the other person's magic barrier. On top of that, one would need to have control over mana that was superior to the barrier's creator, so that one could win control over these mana nodes. It should be known that Storm was a Grandmaster Magician, so the fact that Shifeng had not only managed to take control of Storm's magic barrier, but also accomplished it in such a short time was simply unbelievable. Apart from Shifeng being a great Grandmaster Magician, Laura truly couldn't think of any other explanations for this situation. Meanwhile, although great Grandmaster Magicians were exceedingly rare in the Greater Gods domain, it just so happened that a new one had appeared not long ago. Linking these two events together, Laura couldn't help but overthink matters. "You've guessed correctly, Commander Laura," Shifeng said, openly admitting to Laura's suspicion. Then he chuckled and added, "But please keep this a secret. Others might not be able to link him with Yifeng, but it wasn't a difficult thing for Laura to guess the connection. After all, Laura was aware of his ability to freely travel between worlds. Moreover, the timing of his recent trip to the Greater God's domain coincided with his becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it," Laura said. Then she grinned and continued, "But if the Divine Seal Saint were to find out that you're the Yifeng, he'll probably lose his mind." The ultimate goal of the Greater God's domain's various powers was to explore the void zones situated in the gaps between realms. Meanwhile, exploring these void zones necessitated the construction of bases. However, unless a stronghold was protected by a great Grandmaster defensive magic array, it would need a large amount of manpower to keep it standing in the void zone. This led to a situation where great Grandmaster defensive magic arrays were in high demand. However, there were far too few great Grandmaster magicians in existence. In the current era, there didn't even exist 100 great Grandmaster magicians across the entire Greater God's domain. In other words, there were more realms than there were great Grandmaster magicians. Moreover, most of these great Grandmaster magicians were gathered in the 12 sanctuaries, leaving even fewer greater Grandmaster magicians for the other realms. To make matters worse, these great Grandmaster magicians needed a lot of time to produce even one great Grandmaster defensive magic array. Because of this, even if a power was willing to pay an exorbitant price to hire the services of a great Grandmaster magician, it would need to make a reservation for several decades later. Anyway, we can't defend this place for much longer. The forces the Divine Seal Saint dispatched shouldn't be limited to just White Owl's group of 3. Those 3 must have used some special means to reach this place ahead of the main army. Once the Divine Seal Saint's army of experts arrives, even escaping will be a challenging task for us, Laura said, feeling a little worried. The strength of the experts the Divine Seal Saint dispatched had exceeded Laura's expectations. If she had to fight against White Owl, she could only afford to take on a few more Tier 5 experts. However, the Divine Seal Saint had dispatched thousands of Tier 4 experts, and many among them would complete their Tier 5 promotion as soon as they entered the World Passage. If this army of Tier 5 experts arrived, she could, at best, flee with several people. It'd be impossible for her to escape with all of Zero Wing's members. "You don't have to worry about this, Commander Laura. So long as we can defend this place until the others return from their trials, I am confident in bringing everyone away safely," Shifeng confidently said. From what Shifeng learned during his previous life, the Void God's settlements relied on divine seals created by ancient gods to imprison dangerous demigods. So long as he could release these imprisoned demigods and create some chaos, it should be easy for him and his team to escape the Divine Seal Saint's army. If Shifeng was still only a Grandmaster magician, he would have had a hard time undoing these divine seals. However, now that he had become a great Grandmaster magician, these divine seals were not a problem for him. It was only a question of whether he was willing to invest the time to undo these seals. Before Shifeng set off in search of the sealing grounds, he waved his hand at the item Storm dropped when she died, causing the item to fly into his hand. If this was an item dropped by any other player, Shifeng might not have been particularly interested in it. However, Storm was a core paragon of the Paimon conglomerate. Every item she carried with her would be incredibly valuable, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Meanwhile, after taking a look at the light purple metal piece in his hand, Shifeng couldn't help but be rendered speechless. Is Paimon so rich that it can afford to give away even things like this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3313. Chapter 387, Fragmented Legendary Sacred Armor. Chapter 3313, Chapter 387, Fragmented Legendary Sacred Armor. Chapter 387, Fragmented Legendary Sacred Armor. Is Paimon crazy? It's letting a mere core paragon use a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor. Apart from Shurfeng, Laura similarly revealed a surprised look when she saw the light purple metal piece. Even Apex powers would only be willing to let core paragons with great contributions use their fragmented legendary sacred armor. Could Paimon be overflowing with sacred armor of this caliber? Sacred armor was different from the average equipment. They usually came in complete sets and did not have any attribute or tier requirements. Players could equip sacred armor so long as their control over mana was sufficiently high. Meanwhile, so long as players could don a suit of sacred armor, they would see a significant improvement in their control over mana. In the Greater Gods domain, a suit of epic rank sacred armor could sell for a whopping 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, whereas a suit of fragmented legendary ranked sacred armor couldn't even be found on the market. Fragmented legendary sacred armor was so rare and precious that players and powers who owned a suit wouldn't even be willing to trade it for several pieces of legendary equipment. After all, sacred armor were items passed down from the Greater Gods domain's ancient era, and there was no way to reproduce them in the modern era. Hence, every suit used was one less suit available in the Greater Gods domain. It was also highly unlikely a used suit of sacred armor would be handed over to another player, especially not a fragmented legendary sacred armor. This was because sacred armor could grow with their wearers. Apart from providing more basic attributes, a suit of sacred armor would also provide an increasingly greater improvement to mana control as their wearer leveled up. On top of that, not only would the suit of sacred armor eventually become fully compatible with its wearer, but it could also grow in rank. In the case of fragmented legendary sacred armor, it could ultimately grow into a legendary equipment set, which was why nobody would be willing to exchange a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor for even several pieces of legendary equipment. However, before a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor became a player's personalized equipment set, it would have an extremely high chance of dropping on death. Hence, any power that owned such sacred armor would be incredibly careful when handing them out to their paragons. After all, this was a potential legendary equipment set they were talking about. Not even Apex powers would dare to fool around with such a precious treasure. Yet, now the Paimon conglomerate had given a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor to Storm, someone who wasn't even among the conglomerate's 10 great paragons. If the Paimon conglomerate could afford to be so generous with its fragmented legendary sacred armor, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it the Starlight Realm's #1 conglomerate. "No, this thing looks like it's broken," Shurfeng said, wryly smiling after he finished inspecting the worn-out divine runes engraved on the light purple metal piece. This thing might be a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor, but with its runes damaged, not only will it have a significantly higher equipment requirement, but its strength will also only be slightly stronger than epic sacred armor when equipped. Moreover, it can't grow along with its wearer. At best, this thing is worth 60 to 70,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Fragmented legendary sacred armor might be priceless, but it was a different story for a damaged suit. In the case of a damaged suit, it wouldn't even be worth as much as epic sacred armor. After all, an intact suit of epic sacred armor could still grow into a fragmented legendary equipment set. At that time, it would be vastly stronger than a half-baked, fragmented legendary sacred armor. "What a pity," Laura said as she looked at the metal piece in Shurfeng's hand. "There are no known methods of repairing sacred armor in the current Greater Gods domain. Otherwise, even while damaged, this thing would be worth more than a 6-piece legendary equipment set." An intact suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor could ultimately transform into a 6-piece legendary equipment set that was perfectly compatible with its wearer. Unlike other 6-piece legendary equipment sets, It could let players unleash their potential to the greatest extent. Indeed, Shifeng nodded, but chose not to say anything more. There might not be any known methods to repair sacred armor in the current Greater Gods domain, but Shifeng knew of a place that might have a way to do so: the Greater Gods domain's 3 great workshops. The 3 great workshops predated even the Greater Gods domain's recorded history. So, it wasn't out of the question for them to hold a means to repair sacred armor. After all, if these workshops could manufacture even epic combat puppets, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to repair sacred armor. Subsequently, Shifeng put away the damaged, fragmented legendary sacred armor and began searching for the Void God's sealing grounds. After following the flow of mana in the floating island's magic barrier for half a day, Shifeng finally discovered a cave that was sealed by a separate magic barrier. Moreover, apart from the barrier, the cave was also guarded by several level 150, tier 5 legendary monsters. Is it here? Shifeng couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he looked at the 5 soul devourers resting in front of the cave entrance. Soul Devourer, ancient magic creature, legendary, level 150 HP, 600 billion. Soul Devourers were incredibly troublesome monsters that could devour the immortal souls of players. If a tier 4 player had their souls devoured by a soul devourer, they could basically say goodbye to God's domain forever. As for tier 5 players, if they got killed by a soul devourer, they'd have to be separated from God's domain for at least 10 to 15 days. Hence, the existence of soul devourers was considered taboo in God's domain. Meanwhile, if players wished to raid a tier 5 soul devourer, they would need a team of 100 tier 5 players of the same level at the very least. Moreover, that was if they were going up against only one tier 5 soul devourer. Currently, however, there were 5 tier 5 soul devourers resting outside the cave. Moreover, the magic barrier protecting the cave was bound to these 5 soul devourers. In other words, unless these 5 soul devourers were eliminated, the magic barrier would remain standing. Fortunately, the situation wasn't completely hopeless, not for Shifeng, at least. After analyzing the structure of the cave's magic barrier with his expertise as a great grandmaster magician, Shifeng easily snuck through the magic barrier without giving the 5 soul devourers any chance to attack him. Then, he quickly made his way into the cave. Once inside the cave, Shifeng found that the deeper he traveled into the cave, the denser the eternal energy around him became. After walking for some time, Shifeng eventually arrived at an altar the size of several football fields. Meanwhile, the eternal energy around this altar was as dense as the eternal energy found on the 100 refinement building's 2nd floor. Before Shifeng could get close to the altar, he was frozen in place by a divine might originating from the altar. More specifically, the divine might came from a carbonized black sword suspended above the altar. With great struggle, Shifeng raised his head to look at the carbonized sword suspended in the air. Then, when he got a clear look at the sword, goosebumps rose all over his body. Why is the shadow incinerator here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3314. Chapter 388. Strongest Demigod. Chapter 3314. Chapter 388. Strongest Demigod. Chapter 388. Strongest Demigod Shadow Incinerator. This was a name known by all throughout the Greater Gods domain during Shifeng's previous life. Just hearing this name would give the various realms a huge headache. This was because the Shadow Incinerator had destroyed dozens of realms in the Greater Gods domain. Meanwhile, the demigod who wielded the Shadow Incinerator to commit these atrocities was even labeled as the strongest demigod in the Greater Gods domain. Shouldn't the Shadow Incinerator be in the hands of the Crimson Wing? Shifeng was greatly confused as he looked at the carbonized sword hovering above the altar. From what Shifeng could remember, the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, Crimson Wing Aoife, was never imprisoned by the ancient gods. There was no way the ancient gods could have imprisoned her, either. One of the reasons Aoife was labeled as the strongest demigod was because she had slain a total of 8 ancient gods with the help of the Shadow Incinerator. Out of these 8 ancient gods, she had even slain 2 simultaneously. Not to mention, in the current timeline, the ancient gods still did not have any reason to imprison Aoife. At this point in time, Aoife should be nothing more than a newly born demigod in the Angel Sanctuary. She should have yet to become one of the Angel Sanctuary's 12 wings, a position awarded to the 12 strongest demigods in the Angel Sanctuary. It would only be some time later before Aoife would win the title of Crimson Wing and become one of the 12 wings. As for the Shadow Incinerator, Aoife had always been its wielder as far as Shurfong could remember. The weapon had never existed anywhere else before. He had even watched battle videos of Aoife wielding it when competing for a spot among the 12 wings. Could this be a fake? Shurfong carefully scrutinized the carbonized sword in the air. However, even after plenty of observation, he couldn't find any signs of the carbonized sword being a fake Shadow Incinerator. Whether it was the carbonized sword's appearance or terrifying divine might, both were similar to what he saw and experienced in Aoife's battle video. In fact, the carbonized sword before him felt stronger than the one in the battle video. After Aoife became the strongest demigod, the Shadow Incinerator instantly rose to 5th place in the 7 Luminaries Alliance's divine weapon list. As for the top 4 divine weapons, they were only recorded in the Greater Gods Domain's history and had never appeared in the modern era. Meanwhile, according to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's description of the Shadow Incinerator, Aoife could limit the mobility of Tier 6 players simply by unsheathing the weapon and releasing its divine might. The Shadow Incinerator's divine might was so powerful that even ordinary Tier 6 gods would more or less be affected, and only existences at the caliber of ancient gods could ignore it. However, even though the Shadow Incinerator before him was without a wielder, the divine might it naturally radiated was enough to immobilize him, someone who possessed physique and basic attributes at the Tier 5 standard. It wouldn't be inaccurate to say that the carbonized sword hovering above the altar was stronger than the Shadow Incinerator described in records. While Shurfong was wondering how he could free himself from the effects of the Shadow Incinerator's divine might, the sound of several system notifications suddenly entered his ears. System: you have started the Greater Gods Domain's mythic main storyline quest, Incinerator's Shadow. Quest content: undo the myriad ancient gods seal. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. System warning: the Shadow Incinerator has bound your immortal soul. You are required to undo the Shadow Incinerator's divine might seal within 24 hours. Otherwise, the Shadow Incinerator will devour your immortal soul, and you will never be able to log into God's domain again. A mythic main storyline quest. Divine might seal? What the heck is this? Shurfong felt as if an explosion had just gone off in his mind when he saw the system notifications. Main storyline quests in the Greater Gods Domain were extremely dangerous. Because of this, once a main storyline quest reached the legendary rank, the system would give players the option to accept or refuse it. Yet, he did not receive such an option for the mythic main storyline quest he triggered. He was forced to accept the quest, regardless of his will. To make matters worse, he had to complete the quest within 24 hours or face soul annihilation. Rather than a quest, it'd be more appropriate to consider this a trap set for players who had accidentally stumbled upon the Shadow Incinerator. Unfortunately, the system's timer did not stop counting down, irregardless of what Shurfong thought of the situation. I need to quickly remove the seal. After seeing the countdown timer, Shurfong no longer cared whether the Shadow Incinerator before him was real or fake. his number one priority was to undo the divine might seal on him. Different from undoing a magic barrier seal, the process of undoing a divine might seal did not involve the player's mastery over mana. It only involved the player's concentration, and it could be said to be the most troublesome type of seal in God's domain. Fortunately, I dabbled a little in divine might seals in the past. Otherwise, I'd need at least several months to break this seal. Shifeng could feel several searing chains in the depths of his mind, and just spreading his senses over them caused him to experience excruciating pain. Divine might seals were a kind of mental attack in God's domain. It was also a method of attack players would gain after reaching Tier 6. Only compared to Tier 6 gods, the mental attacks of Tier 6 players were nothing but a joke. At best, it could be used as a deterrence against players of the same tiers. Hence, few players would bother researching mental attacks. In the case of Tier 6 NPCs and Tier 6 monsters, though, they could often be seen using mental attacks. Hence, to have an easier time dealing with certain Tier 6 NPCs, Shifeng went out of his way to research mental attack methods, and among the attack methods he researched were divine might seals. The process of unraveling a divine might seal was simple. All he needed to do was find the seal's mental nodes and transform his concentration into a weapon to attack these nodes. So long as he could destroy these nodes, the divine might seal would be finished. After several hours passed, Shifeng finally finished inspecting the seal in the depths of his mind. Although the process was excruciatingly painful, it was a necessary step to unravel the seal. There are 8 mental nodes. That's more than I expected. When Shifeng saw that he only had 16 hours remaining, he couldn't help but grow a little anxious. I need to work faster. Normally, breaking a mental node required 2 or 3 hours of continuous effort. Now that he had 8 mental nodes to deal with, and only had 16 hours remaining, he could only afford to spend, at most, 2 hours on each node. However, after Shifeng shaped his concentration into a blade and smashed it into one of the searing chains in his mind, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the results. No damage? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:15, Chapter 3:89, Tier 6 Concentration. Chapter 33:15, Chapter 3:89, Tier 6 Concentration. Chapter 3:89, Tier 6 Concentration. When Shifeng saw no damage done to the illusory chain, surprise and consternation filled him. In God's domain, items constructed by the mind would more or less wear each other out when struck together. After all, mental objects were merely bodies of energy, and collision between 2 mental objects would result in both sides expending parts of their energy to mitigate the impact. It was just that most players in God's domain did not know how to mold their concentration into weapons. Hence, most players were unable to do anything about divine might seals. However, so long as players could mold their concentration into an object, it was only a matter of time before they could break a divine might seal. They wouldn't even need to find the seal's mental nodes to break it. Of course, the process would naturally be faster if they could target the mental nodes. Hence, the current situation confounded Shifeng a little. A collision between mental objects would have definitely resulted in a loss of mental energy to a certain extent. Could these chains not be made up of mental energy? Shifeng wondered as he scrutinized the illusory metal spheres responsible for linking the illusory chains with one another. Currently, there were over 1,000 such metal spheres in his mental sea. Although all of these metal spheres looked to be mental nodes at first glance, only 8 of them were actually responsible for holding up the foundation of the divine might seal. However, no matter how Shifeng looked at these 8 metal spheres, they were undoubtedly mental objects. In other words, so long as they were struck by a foreign mass of mental energy, they should lose some of their own mental energy. Yet, That did not seem to have happened. Is it because my concentration standard is lacking? Is that why these metal spheres can ignore my attack? This was the only explanation Sherfong could come up with after racking his mind. However, upon coming to this conclusion, he couldn't help but have a headache. Currently, there was no doubt that he had already pushed the boundaries of a Tier 4 player, his concentration reaching the Tier 5 peak standard. Moreover, he had only reached this standard after becoming a great Grandmaster Magician. Otherwise, he would only be at the Tier 5 advanced standard. It should be known that most Tier 5 players didn't even have Tier 5 advanced concentration. Instead, they would be stuck at the Tier 5 basic standard. This was because, unlike levels, players could not develop their concentration by simply killing monsters or completing quests. Normally, if players wished to improve their concentration standard, they would have to continuously sharpen their mental will and learn how to control it. Apart from that, players could also improve their concentration standard by raising their tiers. After players reached a higher tier and gained a stronger physique, the stronger physique would subtly influence the improvement of their concentration. For players who got promoted to Tier 5, their physique could help to develop their concentration until the Tier 5 basic standard. However, this method of raising one's tier to develop one's concentration could only be used up till Tier 5, which was why most Tier 5 players' concentration would only be at the Tier 5 basic standard. As for why this method couldn't be used up to Tier 6, it was because of the requirements to get promoted to Tier 6. In God's domain, players seeking to reach Tier 6 would face three major problems. The first and second problems were related to the divine body. Firstly, players needed to gather the 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, one required to construct a divine body. Secondly, players needed to know how to construct a divine body. As for the third problem, it was the requirement of having Tier 6 concentration. If players couldn't raise their concentration standard to Tier 6, they would be incapable of getting promoted to Tier 6. This was why many Tier 5 experts would get stuck at the cusp of Tier 6. As for individuals like Sherfong, who possessed Tier 5 peak concentration as a Tier 4 player, they were exceedingly rare in God's domain. The only reason Sherfong could achieve such a standard was that he had already sharpened his mental will to its limits and could not only materialize it, but also materialize it into a metal object. It was also because he had such control over his mental will that he could remain undeterred by Tier 6 divine might. Currently, though, if Sherfong wished to further develop his concentration and push it to the Tier 6 standard, he would need to receive a qualitative improvement to the essence of his life, which would, in turn, allow his mental energy to achieve a qualitative leap. Otherwise, there was no way he could push his concentration to the Tier 6 standard as a Tier 4 player. After all, reaching Tier 6 in concentration meant going beyond the realm of mortals and entering the rank of gods. If he had Tier 6 concentration, he could make mortals kneel with nothing but a thought, which was also the so-called divine might. Although Sherfong could upgrade the Winter of Eternal Night to the legendary rank to elevate his physique to the Tier 5 standard, that would not change his life rating. He would still be incapable of pushing his concentration to Tier 6. No, there is a way. Sherfong smiled as a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. Then, he took out the damaged sacred armor from his bag space. I didn't think that Thunderstorm would come to my aid one day. System, you are attempting to equip a suit of sacred armor. To wield its effects, you will need to fully grasp the sacred armor's foundational mana. Do you still wish to equip it? Equip it. Sherfong answered without hesitation. Although the current mana equipment set he used was excellent, it was still vastly inferior to a damaged suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor. Not to mention, the sacred armor possessed a hidden ability that his mana equipment set did not. There was a fundamental difference between mana equipment and sacred armor in God's domain. Mana equipment was made of magic arrays and magic patterns that drew on mana from the surrounding environment to enable players to exhibit strength far beyond what they possessed. On the other hand, sacred mana was the exact opposite. Sacred armor on its own was a mana source, and players could gain greater strength by manipulating this mana source. Simply put, sacred armor offered players access to a second mana source. So, the more skilled players were at manipulating mana, the more benefits they could get from a suit of sacred armor. Eventually, players could even evolve a suit of fragmented legendary sacred armor into a legendary equipment set that was fully compatible with them. However, apart from having the basic properties of a mana source, sacred armor also came with a hidden ability, the ability to substitute the mana body of its wearer. In short, sacred armor could be modified to become a new mana body for players. Only nobody would do such a thing under normal circumstances. Firstly, it was unnecessary. If players wanted a strong mana body, they could create one when getting promoted to Tier 5. If they failed to create a mana body with satisfactory standards, there was always the option of starting a new account. After all, Saint Armor could only ever be a substitute. Unless players had no desire to ascend to Tier 6, they would still need to use their own Tier 5 mana body when constructing their divine body. Secondly, the process of using sacred armor as a replacement for one's primary mana source was completely different from manipulating sacred armor as a secondary mana source. This was because the mana source of sacred armor had different operating principles than the mana body of players. Trying to use sacred armor as a replacement for the mana body was akin to manipulating a puppet to manipulate another puppet. However, Shurfeng did not need to concern himself with these problems. This was because he only aimed to have the sacred armor replace his mana body so that it could change his life rating. I must succeed. After taking a deep breath, Shurfeng promptly started to merge the Tier 5 mana body he created in the 100 refinement building into the sacred armor. TL notes: 1/100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. In the main story, an ordinary divine body only costs 50,000 units for each construction attempt, whereas a superior divine body costs 100,000 units for each attempt. However, I'm not sure if the author still remembers the ordinary version. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:16, Chapter 390, Shadow Incinerator. Chapter 33:16, Chapter 390, Shadow Incinerator. Chapter 390, Shadow Incinerator. So this is why nobody has managed to repair damaged sacred armor. This level of craftsmanship is far beyond modern players. When Shurfeng saw the magic arrays and divine patterns engraved within the sacred armor, he had his knowledge of sacred armor renewed. Although he had known about the existence of sacred armor during his previous life, he had never used one. Firstly, epic sacred armor was of no use to him. Secondly, fragmented legendary sacred armor was incredibly rare. Their rarity surpassed only by divine equipment. Even Apex powers wouldn't have more than a few suits of fragmented legendary sacred armor in their possession. So non-Apex powers would naturally have an even more difficult time getting their hands on a suit. Meanwhile, after getting a close look at the magic arrays in the sacred armor, he finally understood what made sacred armor amazing. There was a mana source hidden inside the sacred armor, and this mana source was incredibly volatile. The volatility of the mana was comparable to that of ancient gods. It definitely wasn't a mana source players could use under normal circumstances. However, the magic arrays and divine patterns in the sacred armor acted to restrain this mana source, effectively weakening it. Moreover, the sacred armor itself was akin to a player's body, and it allowed players to integrate their consciousness with it. Meanwhile, what players needed to do after donning a suit of sacred armor was to synchronize their mana with the sacred armor's mana. Then, They could manipulate the volatile mana source within the sacred armor using the sacred armor's mana. There were 3 layers of seals inside the sacred armor, and they functioned specifically to restrain the volatile mana source. The better players were at controlling the sacred armor's mana, the more seals they could lift, and the more volatile mana they could use. By the time players had fully acclimatized themselves with the volatile mana and could remove all 3 seals, they could wield mana much stronger than the average Tier 6 divine body could produce. One could say that the sacred mana was a legacy. It was a legacy that allowed players to wield mana rivaling that of ancient gods. Currently, the Saint armor in Shurfeng's possession had its sealing magic arrays damaged, making it impossible to unravel them. Hence, it could not be upgraded into a legendary equipment set. While fixing these magic arrays would fix this problem, these magic arrays were so complex that not even a great Grandmaster magician could hope to repair them. A craftsman magician would be needed for this task, at the very least. A craftsman magician. Even looking back throughout the greater gods' domain's long history, very few craftsman magicians had ever existed. During his previous life, Shurfeng had never even heard of a craftsman magician appearing in the modern era. He only knew that there were several great Grandmaster magicians who were close to reaching the craftsman rank. However, unless these people came across a heaven-defying opportunity, they would never be able to cross the final threshold in their lifetimes. Fortunately, Shurfeng's goal wasn't to repair the damaged magic arrays. He only needed to construct new magic arrays on top of them. Subsequently, time passed by quickly, and 12 hours had gone by in the blink of an eye. After Shurfeng constructed multiple great Grandmaster magic arrays inside the sacred armor, the sacred armor gradually transformed into a new mana body for him. When Shurfeng completed the final magic array, the divine patterns engraved on the sacred armor suddenly glowed. What an incredible mana source! Looking at the mana source inside the sacred armor, Shurfeng saw it seemingly coming back to life as it began devouring all mana in its surroundings with the help of the great Grandmaster mana gathering array he had constructed. Subsequently, the mana inside the altar's cavern began gathering around Shurfeng, causing the density of the mana around him to skyrocket. In only a moment, the mana around Shurfeng had achieved a solid state. In addition, even the surrounding eternal energy had begun to flood the inside of the sacred armor before getting devoured by the mana source there. Meanwhile, as the mana source started to devour mana and eternal energy, Shurfeng could also feel his concentration standard gradually increasing. Or, more specifically, he could feel his life rating increasing. In only a few minutes, an indescribable divine might begin spreading from Shurfeng's body. Immediately afterward, Shurfeng regained the ability to move his body, albeit with difficulty. Great! It's a success! When Shurfeng sensed his brimming mental energy and volatile mana, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the strength of a Tier 5 legendary mana body? Currently, the Tier 5 mana body he constructed using the sacred armor not only allowed his concentration to reach the Tier 6 basic standard, but it even generated mana much stronger than what the legendary ranked Winter of Eternal Night possessed. At this time, Shurfeng even suspected the Tier 4 skills and spells he used could already match the power of Tier 5 skills and spells used by Tier 5 players. However, Shurfeng did not continue inspecting his new mana body. Instead, he promptly began forming mental blades to attack the illusory metal spheres in his mental sea. With the assistance of his Tier 6 concentration, Shurfeng could not only form the mental blades a lot quicker, but the strength of these mental blades was also vastly superior to the ones he had previously created. In no time, 5 realistic blades flew at a metal sphere. Boom, boom, boom. 5 explosions rang out one after another. The 5 mental blades Shurfeng formed instantly burst apart upon coming into contact with the metal sphere. However, they also left behind 5 deep grooves on the metal sphere. Were Tier 6 mental blades this powerful? Feng was a little stunned when he saw the damage he had caused to the metal sphere. While it was true anyone capable of creating mental objects could break the mental nodes of a divine might seal, the process was by no means a quick one. Normally, even with Tier 6 concentration, 5 attacks were nowhere near enough to cause significant damage to a mental node. It was why most Tier 6 experts would get headaches when dealing with divine might seals. However, Feng didn't dwell on the matter for long. He didn't have much time left to undo the divine might seal, so he promptly resumed attacking the metal sphere. 1 mental node, 2 mental nodes, 3 mental nodes. Contrary to Feng's initial expectations, he did not need 16 hours to destroy all 8 mental nodes. Only an hour after he had started his offensive, the 8th mental node shattered under the attacks of his mental blades. At the same time, the many illusory chains that covered his mental sea gradually faded out of existence. When Feng sighed in relief and opened his eyes, he promptly noticed a change in the shadow incinerator hovering above the altar. The chains that originally encircled the shadow incinerator had started to crumble. Immediately afterward, Feng could hear the sound of a beating heart. It sounded like something was coming back to life. Before Feng could figure out what was happening, the shadow incinerator suddenly appeared before him. At this time, the terrifying divine might it originally radiated was completely gone, and the weapon looked like it was waiting for Feng to wield it. System, you have passed the Shadow Incinerator's trial. Do you wish to become the Shadow Incinerator's wielder? System, you have 10 seconds to decide. System warning, the Shadow Incinerator was sealed by the myriad ancient gods. So long as you become its wielder, you will become the myriad ancient gods' enemy. Favorability of all ancient gods will be reduced to hostile. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:17, Chapter 391, Great Sinner Black Flame. Chapter 33:17, Chapter 391, Great Sinner Black Flame. Chapter 391, Great Sinner Black Flame. All ancient gods will become hostile to me? Feng gasped when he saw the system notification. Ancient gods were the pinnacle of power in the greater gods domain. They were also the current rulers of the greater gods domain's 12 sanctuaries. After reaching Tier 6, if players wished to develop themselves further, they were bound to have dealings with these ancient gods sooner or later. Normally, Tier 6 experts would have to go to great lengths just to gain a few favorability points from an ancient god. Yet, wielding the Shadow Incinerator would instantly cause the ancient god's favorability of him to plummet to negative 3,000 points, which was also the requirement for the hostile status threshold. At this abysmal favorability, any ancient god he encountered would almost certainly attack him without question. In other words, wielding the Shadow Incinerator would mean severing his path as a Tier 6 player. Do I become its wielder? Feng hesitated as he looked at the carbonized sword before him. Honestly, it no longer mattered whether the Shadow Incinerator before him was the real deal or an imitation. From the powerful divine might it previously radiated, there was no doubt it was a divine artifact-ranked weapon. There weren't many chances to obtain a divine weapon in the greater gods domain. If he missed this chance, he might never come across another for the rest of his life. Yet, becoming the Shadow Incinerator's wielder would also mean becoming enemies with the entire greater gods domain. Although the myriad ancient gods would almost never show themselves in the greater gods domain, players who have reached the apex of the greater gods domain would know that the myriad ancient gods had never disappeared. On the contrary, they were the de facto owners of many historical ruins and NPC forces. They even controlled the resources necessary for players to become 3-star mental strength grandmasters. Without the ancient gods' resources, the difficulty for players to become 3-star mental strength grandmasters in the real world would increase tenfold. System: you have 3 seconds left to decide. System: you have 2 seconds left to decide. System: you have 1 second left to decide. To hell with it. When the timer was about to reach 0, Shi Feng reached out and held onto the Shadow Incinerator's hilt. Despite having many dealings with the ancient gods during his previous life, he had still failed to get his hands on a divine weapon. All he got in return was a bunch of apex powers coming after his head. If he had a divine weapon in hand back then, those apex powers wouldn't have dared to hunt him so openly. Now that he had a chance to get his hands on a divine weapon, so what if he had to become enemies with the myriad ancient gods? It should be known that Ife, the Crimson Wing, had slain 8 ancient gods with the Shadow Incinerator. If not for Ife suddenly going missing, her name would have definitely been among the greater gods' domain's 16 great Tier 6 NPCs. After Shi Feng became the Shadow Incinerator's wielder, the weapon's full attribute panel appeared before him. Shadow Incinerator, Dark Soul. One-handed sword, sealed godly relic. Equipment requirement: soulbound attack power 400% of strength, attack speed 2% of strength, and agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks ignore 100% of all defensive effects. Attacks have a 10% chance of triggering the Soul Devour effect. Attacks have a 50% chance of dealing 500% damage. Attacks cause an additional 100% damage to all creatures below Tier 6. Ignore levels plus 60. All attributes increased by 100%. Physique increased by 50%. Reaction speed increased by 40%. Effects of all attacks increased by 2 ranks up to Tier 6 peak. The strength of mana increased by 1 rank. Concentration increased by 1 rank. Additional passive skill: Incinerator's Body. Weakens all damage received by 40% and increases world perception by 1 rank. Additional active skill 1. Incinerator's Phantasm. Sacrifice 20 levels to summon the phantasm of a player. The phantasm can only be 2 tiers higher than the Shadow Incinerator's wielder. Duration: 3 minutes cooldown. 10 natural days. Additional active skill 2. The End. With death as the price, incite all of the Shadow Incinerator's power to deal a devastating blow to a 5,000-yard radius. The stronger the soul sacrificed, the stronger the attack will be up to Tier 6 peak. The myriad ancient gods have placed 4 seals on the Shadow Incinerator. Wielding the Shadow Incinerator will cause continuous mental scorching. Deaths while wielding the Shadow Incinerator will result in a loss of 50 points in all attributes. A godly relic? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the Shadow Incinerator's stats. Godly relics were different from other items. They were items that had existed since the birth of God's domain and were not specifically categorized. As a result, godly relics could vary drastically in strength, with stronger ones being superior to even divine artifacts, and weaker ones being inferior to even legendary items. However, the Shadow Incinerator was clearly among the top end of godly relics in terms of strength. Despite having 4 seals placed on it, the Shadow Incinerator was still stronger than fragmented legendary weapons. In terms of basic attributes, it was already close to matching legendary equipment. If all of the Shadow Incinerator's seals were removed, he couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful it could become. If Shi Feng had to point out a flaw with the Shadow Incinerator, it would have to be the weapon being overly extreme. The active skills that came with the weapon were double-edged weapons that should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Honestly, even using it normally was a huge problem. Currently, Shi Feng was experiencing searing pain in his mind just by holding onto the Shadow Incinerator. If he had to fight while suffering through this pain, There was no way he could give the fight his all. However, Feng also had to admit that the Shadow Incinerator was truly powerful. In his current state, he could exhibit strength near the Tier 6 standard even through his normal attacks. If he executed a combat technique, he could most certainly exhibit Tier 6 power. While Feng was inspecting the carbonized sword in his hand, he suddenly received a series of system notifications. System: you have accepted the Greater Gods Domain's mythical main storyline quest Incinerator's Shadow. Quest content: undo all of the Shadow Incinerator's seals. Rewards unknown. Penalties unknown. System: all ancient gods have become hostile to you. System: you have received the Great Sinner title. As soon as the system notifications ended, the color of Feng's ID instantly went from white to black. On top of that, his ID was now surrounded by dark fog, an indicator of his identity as a great sinner. Crap! Isn't this too much? Feng couldn't help but curse as he looked at his ID. Dark players who murdered other players all day long could, at most, become a sinner. Even the sin of murdering an ancient empire's emperor would only turn one into a sinner and cause one to be hunted by the NPCs of said empire. In comparison, players who became great sinners would not only be hunted by all NPCs, but even players would be tempted to join in on the hunt. This was because anyone who managed to capture a great sinner could turn the latter into the Adventurers Association for a piece of legendary equipment that had high compatibility with them. To make matters worse, once players became a great sinner, they could never get rid of the title. It was a soul-bound title, and it would follow them even if they started a new account. Before Feng could swear a few more times, the space above the altar suddenly shattered, revealing a space-time passage. Then, a 20-meter-tall giant emerged from the passage, the giant wearing a white robe that fully hid their appearance. When this giant appeared, Feng felt as if a bomb had gone off in his head. Immediately afterward, a tsunami-like divine might, far stronger than even the Shadow Incinerators, spread from the giant. Ancient God, level, HP, Great Sinner Black Flame, receive the judgment of the gods. Before the giant's furious shout could reverberate across the cavern, the giant summoned an axe of light in their hand and swung it at Feng. TL notes: for the Shadow Incinerator's description, note that I have changed additional profound inheritance 1/2 - additional active skill 1/2. The ROS translate to additional profound skill, which leads me to believe that the author made a typo. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3318, Chapter 392, Ancient God's Might. Chapter 3318, Chapter 392, Ancient God's Might. Chapter 392, Ancient God's Might. Outside the floating island atop the Void Sea, numerous fleets braved the attacks of countless Void Sea serpents and Void Sea dragons as they tried to cross the Void Sea. There would be ships sinking and void creatures falling at every moment. The grandeur of the battle was unprecedented in the miniature ancient world. However, rather than the ongoing battle on the sea, the various players fighting on the sea paid more attention to the player army gathered around the floating island. Compared to the player army floating in midair around the island, the player army on the sea was nothing but a joke. Is this the Paimon conglomerate's strength? Franz, commander of the Tower Alliance's 6th Trump Card Legion, and the Desolate Star Corporation's second successor, was in awe and shock as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of figures hovering next to the floating island. Although the Desolate Star Corporation was considered first-rate among the many corporations in the greater world, its strength in God's domain was nowhere close to matching the Paimon conglomerate. Comparing the Desolate Star Corporation with the Paimon conglomerate would be akin to comparing a candle flame to a forest fire. Despite being second in the desolate Star Corporation's line of succession, Franz had to go to great lengths to organize a 100-man team of Tier 4 experts. Although many of his team's Tier 4 experts were fourth-floor experts, which made it significantly stronger than the average 100-man Tier 4 team. It was still nothing compared to the forces Daira managed to summon. An army of several 100,000 Tier 4 experts. Although most of these experts were only at the third-floor standard, even if only 1/10 of them were fourth-floor experts, that would still be several tens of thousands of fourth-floor experts. Not to mention, apart from Tier 4 experts, there were also over 1,000 Tier 5 experts in Daira's army. It should be known that these Tier 5 experts weren't instant Tier 5 players. Instead, they were all veteran experts who had previously chosen to stay at Tier 4 because they couldn't create a Tier 5 epic mana body. After closely examining these Tier 5 experts, Franz found over 100 titled experts he recognized. Over 100 Tier 5 titled experts. Although the desolate Star Corporation had the strength to mobilize such a force, it had to be extremely cautious when doing so. After all, the corporation only had several hundred Tier 5 titled experts under its command. Moreover, these titled experts came from several different hegemonic powers. The corporation couldn't simply mobilize them whenever it wanted. However, it took only Daira, or more specifically, the Divine Seal Saint, only one word to mobilize all these Tier 5 titled experts. At this time, Favre, standing next to Franz, sighed and said, "We should hurry up and break through these monsters. If we spend too much time here, we might end up getting implicated." Favre wasn't surprised by the sight of the Paimon conglomerate's Tier 4 army, since she had seen much grander sights. However, the Divine Seal Saint getting over 1,000 Tier 5 experts into the World Passage was beyond her expectations. The Divine Seal Saint could already launch an invasion into a god's domain with so many Tier 5 experts, let alone the miniature ancient world. "It seems Zero Wing is doomed this time," Death Omen said, sighing ruefully as she looked at the army of Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts in the sky. "It's a pity we won't get to enter the island to look around since Daira doesn't think anything of us." Death Omen couldn't help but grow melancholic when she thought of her current situation. She used to be a Tier 6 expert standing at the pinnacle on the main continent, yet after entering the miniature ancient world, she wasn't even qualified to be a part of Daira's army, let alone stand at the miniature ancient world's apex. "Don't worry, Big Sis Omen. It won't be long before I become a core member of Paimon. At that time, we won't even need to care about Daira's opinion." Thousand Scars said, fighting spirit burning in her eyes, as she looked at White Owl, who was currently commanding Daira's army. In the past, Thousand Scars thought that becoming an internal member of the Paimon conglomerate was already high enough of a goal. After all, if she became an internal member, even hegemonic powers would take the initiative to curry favor with her. However, after seeing White Owl, Thousand Scars learned that becoming an internal member was far from enough. Only by becoming a core paragon such as White Owl could she truly be considered to have reached the apex of God's domain. Even a young master like Daira would have to keep his arrogance in check when asking White Owl for help. Outside the floating island, over 1,000 level 140, Tier 5 experts orderly gathered in front of White Owl, none daring to step out of line. At this time, a middle-aged male oracle approached White Owl and confidently said, "We've finished sealing the entire island, Commander Owl. Not even a Tier 6 expert should think of escaping easily." Even after hearing the middle-aged oracle's bold claim, none of the Tier 5 experts opened their mouths to refute him. On the contrary, all of them had full faith in his words. Besides being a titled expert, the middle-aged oracle was also a top-tier Grandmaster magician. A magic barrier he personally created could easily keep the average Tier 6 expert trapped for half an hour. Moreover, that was only when 500 Tier 4 magical class experts operated the magic barrier. Currently, several dozen Tier 5 experts were responsible for operating the magic barrier the middle-aged oracle had erected around the island. On top of that, they also had the support of over 1,000 Tier 4 magical class experts. In its current state, the magic barrier could easily trap a Tier 6 expert for 2 or 3 hours. Good. White Owl nodded. Once we are inside, all you Tier 5s follow me to kill the 2 experts I mentioned as quickly as possible. As for everyone else, cordon off the town and do not let any of the trial challengers escape. Understood. Upon hearing White Owl's command, everyone drew their weapons and got ready to charge into the floating island with White Owl. Just as White Owl was about to inform Daira about the start of their attack, a white beam suddenly came from the island's depths. Boom! Following the beam, the barrier surrounding the island shattered like glass and vanished. As a result, all the magical class players maintaining it suffered a backlash and died on the spot, their bodies falling into the void sea below. An ambush! Did we get attacked? The experts gathered outside the floating island were stunned by this unexpected development. However, before anyone could make sense of what had happened, a mighty aura spread from the island and exerted overpowering pressure on the players caught within its range. Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of Tier 4 experts hovering next to the island lost their lives and fell into the void sea. As for the Tier 5 experts, although they managed to cling onto their lives, that was all they could do. The pressure exerted by the mighty aura thoroughly paralyzed them. Subsequently, a cloaked swordsman could be seen suddenly flying out of the island. Meanwhile, whether it was White Owl and Daira or Death Omen and Thousand Scars, they instantly recognized the cloaked swordsman when they saw his face. Black Flame. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3319, Chapter 393, Black Flame Strength. Chapter 3319, Chapter 393, Black Flame Strength. Chapter 393, Black Flame Strength. What happened? All those Tier 4 experts are gone, just like that. When the players fighting against the innumerable void creatures on the void sea saw the army of several 100,000 Tier 4 experts plunging into the sea, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Tell me I'm dreaming, Aunt, Franz mumbled to Favre when he saw the Paimon conglomerate's Tier 4 experts dropping like flies. Even with his status, this was the first time he had seen several 100,000 Tier 4 experts getting killed in the blink of an eye. The shock Franz experienced was further intensified when he saw Sherfong suddenly emerging from the floating island and quietly watching the army of Tier 4 experts plunging into the ocean like a heavenly god. Normally, a Tier 4 army of such size could take on even Tier 6 experts with the help of a magic barrier. Yet now, the entire army had gotten obliterated. Everything had happened so quickly that Franz didn't even know what had happened. Fear, unprecedented fear, sprouted in the depths of Franz's heart. It should be known that the Tier 4 experts in the Paimon conglomerate's army weren't a bunch of random nobodies. They would be regarded as mid-level mainstays if put in an ordinary hegemonic power. Many among them were even experts superior to him. If even these experts were erased in the blink of an eye, it went without saying he would do no better than them if put in their shoes. Divine might. With her wealth of experience, Favre quickly understood the cause of the Tier 4 experts' fall, and this realization caused her expression to grow serious. That's a divine might surpassing Tier 6 gods. A divine might that has surpassed Tier 6 gods. The fear in Franz's eyes intensified when he heard his aunt's words. Doesn't that mean, yes, that's an ancient god's divine might? Favre said in a grave tone, although I don't know what Black Flame has done. He has indeed managed to borrow the strength of an ancient god. Ancient gods were existences beyond Tier 6 gods. In the minds of the average player, ancient gods had long vanished from the greater god's domain, and their existences were akin to myths that only existed in books. However, the various hegemonic powers knew that wasn't the case at all. Not only were ancient gods still present in the greater god's domain, but they were also unavoidable existences for those seeking to ascend to the greater god's domain's apex. Meanwhile, the various hegemonic powers and conglomerates had one simple instruction for their members to do should they come across an ancient god: run. In the eyes of ancient gods, all existences beneath Tier 6 were no different than ants they could effortlessly crush if they were in a bad mood. Moreover, it wouldn't be a simple death. Players beneath Tier 5 would be at an incredibly high risk of suffering soul annihilation, while even Tier 5 players would have a real chance of suffering soul annihilation. Hence, ancient gods were existences even more terrifying than natural disasters. Is this an ancient god's strength? Outside the floating island, Saint Arm's face turned pale as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of corpses floating on the void sea beneath him. Ancient gods were rarely seen in the greater god's domain, and there was very little information about them, even in the Paimon conglomerate's database. The only thing the Paimon conglomerate was certain of was that ancient gods were existences to be feared. However, after witnessing the instant annihilation of several 100,000 Tier 4 experts and the petrification of over 1,000 Tier 5 experts, Saint Arm felt that ancient gods were even more terrifying than rumored. Lunatic! That black flame must be a lunatic. He's trying to drag all of us down with him. Daira cursed and gnashed his teeth when he saw Shurfong emerging from the floating island. He didn't think Shurfong would be so crazy as to deliberately provoke an ancient god to have them accompany him in death. Quick, everyone, get rid of him. Only if he dies can we appease the ancient god's wrath. An ancient god's wrath was devastating, and all non-Tier 6 players would have a chance of suffering soul annihilation. At this time, Daira wasn't the only person to have figured out the situation. White Owl and the others also realized Shurfang's plan. Immediately, they activated their respective berserk skills without hesitation, increasing their basic attributes to resist the powerful divine might. However, even White Owl, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons, could only exhibit 1/3 of her usual mobility under the effects of the ancient god's divine might. She couldn't use any powerful combat techniques in this state, so she could only rely on Tier 5 skills to kill Shurfong. Only before White Owl could use a Tier 5 skill, a 20-meter-tall giant clad in a white robe suddenly appeared before Shurfong. Then, the axe of light the giant wielded transformed into thousands of blinding beams that attacked Shurfong from all directions. The beams vaporized everything in their path. Even the superior mythic-ranked void, sea dragons that got struck were instantly reduced to ashes. By the time White Owl had reacted to the situation, over 100 Tier 5 experts caught within the ancient god's attack radius had already gotten killed, their existences getting erased so thoroughly that they didn't even drop any of their equipment on death. At the end of the ancient god's attack, Shurfong was the only person still alive within the giant's attack radius. He blocked it. White Owl's eyes widened in shock. Not even she had managed to react to the ancient god's attack. Yet, Shurfong had not only reacted to it, but he had even blocked it in time. Although Shurfong had lost over half of his HP from blocking the attack, and the 2 swords he wielded were trembling violently, he could practically be considered unharmed compared to the Tier 5 experts, who were instantly killed. White Owl wasn't the only person feeling dazed at this moment. Spectating from a distance, Death Omen and Thousand Scars were also stunned when they saw Shurfong successfully blocking the ancient god's attack. However, before everyone could come back to their senses, the white-robed ancient god reformed their axe of light and swung it, executing an attack that exuded power several times greater than before. It's over. All of us are doomed. Death Omen fell into despair when she sensed the mana gathering around the axe of light. By her estimates, the ancient god's following attack could most likely annihilate everything within a 10,000-yard radius at the very least. And if Tier 4 players like them were to die from this attack, they would most definitely suffer soul annihilation. It seems this is my current limit, Shurfeng thought as he looked at the trembling winter of eternal night. Then, after taking a deep breath, he looked to the white-robed ancient god and said, "But don't go thinking you can get rid of me so easily." After saying so, Shurfeng raised the shadow incinerator he wielded in his left hand at the ancient god. Incinerator's phantasm. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3320, Chapter 394, God versus God. Chapter 3320, Chapter 394, God versus God, Chapter 394. God versus God, damn it. How did things turn out like this? When Saint Arm sensed the terrifying amount of mana gathered in the ancient god's axe of light, a bitter look appeared on his face. At this point, even a fool could tell that the ancient god's attack was strong enough to erase all existences caught within its radius. If players were struck by the attack, losing a few levels and items would be the least of their worries. They might never be able to log back into God's domain. When White Owl saw the white-robed ancient god's axe of light, she let out a resigned sigh and said, "It seems it's over." If she was going up against a Tier 6 god's attack, she was confident she could keep herself from suffering soul annihilation at the very least. However, ancient gods were unlike the average Tier 6 god. Every ancient god had reached the extremes of a certain field. Even among Tier 6 players, few could even survive against an ancient god's all-out attack. So, it was even more impossible for a Tier 5 player like herself to survive it. However, when the ancient god's axe of light began its descent, and everyone could feel death approaching them, a 20-meter tall man suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Shurfeng. The man carried two exquisite long swords around his waist, and he wore a silver cloak with a hood that covered his head. Although the cloak made the man's face indistinct, it was still vaguely possible to see the man's sharp and seasoned eyes. As soon as this mysterious man appeared, everyone's hearts inexplicably shuddered. NPC? An NPC? Is it another god? No, he's not a god. He's a player. When everyone saw the giant swordsman, particularly the player's symbol displayed above the swordsman's head, they couldn't help but be confused. Firstly, they were confused as to how a player could have such a huge body. Secondly, they were confused by the frightening divine might the mysterious swordsman radiated. The swordsman's divine might not only felt as powerful as the ancient god's divine might, but it even felt vaguely superior. Why would such a Tier 6 player appear in this place? White Owl was similarly surprised to see the mysterious swordsman. Could he be related to Zero Wing? Others might not know how a player managed to gain such a gigantic body, but White Owl did. In reality, it wasn't anything strange for a Tier 6 player to have a 20-meter tall body. After all, players were responsible for constructing their own Tier 6 divine body. Most Tier 6 players might still have a standard human body when they initially got promoted to Tier 6, but so long as they managed to come into contact with the core secrets surrounding Tier 6, they could even create a 200-meter tall body, let alone a 20-meter tall body. Only, such Tier 6 players would normally only appear in the 12 sanctuaries. It wasn't often one would come across such a Tier 6 player in realms outside the 12 sanctuaries. So, rather than the mysterious swordsman's size, White Owl was more surprised by how the mysterious swordsman would appear in a miniature Ancient Worlds world passage. Before White Owl could make sense of the situation, the mysterious swordsman could be seen unsheathing one of his long swords. The long sword had a crimson body covered in black patterns, and black electric arcs constantly circulated the weapon's blade. As soon as the crimson longsword was unsheathed, the surrounding void started to repeatedly self-destruct and self-repair. It was evident that even the void was incapable of withstanding the longsword's power. Vanish! After unsheathing the crimson sword, the mysterious swordsman indifferently said only one word before swinging his long sword at the white-robed ancient god's terrifying axe of light. Immediately, a dark tide made up of black lightning arcs swarmed the descending brilliance. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light filled the sky above the void sea, followed by a powerful shockwave that sent all players within vision range of the battlefield flying thousands of yards backward. At the same time, space-time cracks also formed across the void sea, annihilating any void sea serpents and void sea dragons next to them. After the explosion, the players present on the void sea couldn't help but gape in shock as they looked in the direction of the floating island. It's gone. That terrifying attack got erased. It should be known that the white-robed ancient god's attack had roused all mana within a 10,000-yard radius. Yet the mysterious swordsman had erased all of this mana. He actually blocked an ancient god's all-out attack. Is he really just a player? Saint Arm, who was struggling to keep himself from falling out of the sky, was greatly shocked as he watched the white-robed ancient god trading blows with the mysterious swordsman in the distance. He doubted that even the Paimon conglomerate's 3 overlords could defend against the white-robed ancient god's all-out attack. Yet, the mysterious Tier 6 swordsman had accomplished it with seemingly little effort. In addition, what was even more unbelievable was that the mysterious swordsman was currently trading blows with the white-robed ancient god without losing any ground. It was also evident that the ancient god wasn't holding back against the mysterious swordsman, as every collision between the axe of light and crimson longsword would generate a shockwave that could be clearly felt from thousands of yards away. As for the other players, their jaws dropped when they saw the exchange between the mysterious swordsman and the white-robed ancient god. It was especially so for newcomer players who had only recently come into contact with God's domain. Is this what battles between Tier 6 God-ranked players and Tier 6 gods look like? This was the first time they had witnessed such a devastating confrontation since they entered God's domain. Until now, the area within a 3,000-yard radius of the mysterious swordsman and white-robed ancient god had become off-limits to all life as space-time. Rifts could be seen forming everywhere. Moreover, a beam of light or a dark thunderbolt would also emerge from this forbidden zone and strike a random location within a 10,000-yard radius from time to time. The impact of these attacks instantly vaporizing numerous void creatures and players. Even bronze warships, which should be capable of withstanding one Tier 6 attack, were instantly reduced to ashes when struck. If these two mighty beings were to continue fighting, their battle could even devastate an entire continent. Compared to the newcomer players, though, the various hegemonic powers experts and the Paimon conglomerate's experts were in greater shock. He can hold his ground against an ancient god. Who is this person? White Owl was greatly confused as she watched the mysterious Tier 6 swordsman fight. Very few Tier 6 players could fight an ancient god to a standstill in the greater god's domain, and every one of these players was an apex existence in the 12 sanctuaries. However, as far as White Owl could tell, the mysterious swordsman wasn't one of these apex existences. While White Owl was wondering about the mysterious swordsman's identity, the person in question and the white-robed ancient god used their respective ultimate moves. On the ancient god's side, the white-robed ancient god summoned a star of light that illuminated the entire void sea, the star dozens of times larger than the floating island. If it struck the void sea, the resulting impact would obliterate all existences within a radius of several 100,000 yards. On the other side, the mysterious swordsman raised his long sword and released a world-ending thunderbolt that pierced the descending star. Boom! Following an explosion that echoed throughout the entire world passage, everyone's vision went dark. Immediately afterward, the sound of a system notification entered everyone's ears. System announcement. A regional system update has begun. All players within the affected region will be forcibly logged off. The update will last approximately 2 natural days. Chapter 394. God versus God. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:21. Chapter 395. Ripple. Chapter 33:21. Chapter 395. Ripple. Chapter 395. Ripple. Greater God's Domain. Starlight Realm. Sea of Giants. The Sea of Giants was one of the few seas in the Starlight Realm. Not only did it connect over a dozen kingdoms and empires, but it was also linked to the Endless Void, for ordinary and upper-ranking hegemonic powers looking to conduct cross-realm trade. They would typically send their flying ships to the Sea of Giants. But during the past few days, the various hegemonic powers were forced to abide by many restrictions in the Sea of Giants. As an example, one flying ship was currently stopped in front of a gigantic door and put under inspection by multiple Tier 4 players. Meanwhile, aboard this flying ship, a level 195 Tier 6 berserker who looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s wore a disgruntled expression as he looked at the level 140 Tier 4 players inspecting the ship. Damn, the Paimon conglomerate. If it wants to cordon off the world gate, just do it. Why does it have to involve us players looking to enter the Endless Void? Keep your voice down. The Divine Seal Legions, people are going to hear you. A level 192, Tier 6 male cleric said in a hushed voice. If they decide to attack us, none of us will be leaving this place alive. Tisk, I'm just venting my frustrations a little, the Tier 6 berserker said. When he heard the mention of the Divine Seal Legion, though, he promptly chose to speak softly. We're only passing by. Is there a need to put us through such a strict inspection? There are so many ships trying to cross this place, yet they're taking their sweet time with the inspections. We're going to lose a lot of money if we're late for our delivery. What can we do? The Tier 6 cleric said, similarly displeased by the Tier 4 players inspecting their ship. Under normal circumstances, he could have annihilated these Tier 4 players with a wave of his hand. Now, though he dared not do so, the Divine Seal Legion has already issued a statement that all players moving within 100,000 yards of the World Gate must undergo a strict inspection by Paimon's members or get treated as a hostile force. There were several routes in the Sea of Giants that led to the Endless Void, but the safest route required them to pass by the newly appeared World Gate. As for the other routes, they would be at risk of either becoming lost in the fog of the Sea of Giants' depths or getting annihilated by a swarm of sea monsters. But that person called Black Flameshore is courageous. I can't believe there'd be someone who would dare to kill Daira, the Tier 6 berserker said as he looked at the gigantic door in the distance. Then, with a sympathetic look, he continued, but with the Divine Seal Legion's Vice Commander Wind Seal guarding this place, neither Black Flame nor the members of the power behind him will be able to get past this place alive. They'll probably be trapped in that miniature world for the rest of their lives. Wind Seal was a Vice Commander of the Divine Seal Legion, and few among Tier 6 could match him. Even though the Berserker and Cleric were similarly Tier 6 players, they wouldn't last more than a few moves against Wind Seal. Needless to say, a bunch of Tier 4 and Tier 5 players would have an even lower chance of surviving. The World Passage was the only reliable method to travel between worlds. In a situation where the World Passage was blocked, it would be utterly impossible for players to escape from the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, once the Paimon conglomerate's army entered the miniature ancient world, it was only a matter of time before the conglomerate eliminated Black Flame and Zero Wing. While the Tier 6 Berserker and Tier 6 Cleric were chatting, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distant door. Immediately afterward, The area within a 500-kilometer radius of the World Gate transformed into a space-time rift, and all creatures caught within the rift were annihilated. An ambush! The Berserker and Cleric fell into a daze as they looked at the space-time rift in the distance. Space-time rifts were incredibly dangerous in God's domain. Even Tier 6 players would suffer heavy damage if they accidentally came into contact with one. Meanwhile, a massive space-time rift 1,000 kilometers wide had just opened up in front of them. Fortunately, the space-time rift did not exist for long as the greater God's domain quickly mended it. When the rift disappeared, though, the players who were undergoing the Paimon conglomerate's inspection couldn't help but gasp. Gone. All 100 Tier 6 experts guarding the World Gate had disappeared. Even the Divine Seal Legion's Vice Commander Wind Seal had vanished. What's going on? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the empty region the space-time rift had left behind. At this moment, even the World Gate had disappeared, let alone the Divine Seal Legion. The area was so empty that it didn't look like a World Gate had ever existed in this place. Meanwhile, after a short silence, the various players present promptly relayed this situation to their respective powers. The disappearance of a World Gate was no big deal. At most, everyone would feel a little surprised. However, the death of the Divine Seal Legion's 100 Tier 6 experts and Vice Commander Wind Seal was an unbelievably shocking piece of news. The Divine Seal Legion might not have many members, but every one of them was a Tier 6 expert. Moreover, they were all equipped with weapons and equipment that could make even executives of hegemonic powers envious. At the same time, they were also an important force for the Paimon conglomerate to maintain stability within its territory. Now that the Divine Seal Legion had lost not only 100 of such Tier 6 experts, but also Vice Commander Wind Seal, it would definitely have a huge impact on the Paimon conglomerate's capabilities. In no time, news of the Paimon conglomerate's loss spread across the entire Starlight Realm, shocking both players and powers. Even the Starlight Realm's several conglomerates were taken aback by the news, and they promptly dispatched people to find out what had happened at the Sea of Giants. At the same time, they also wanted to know if this incident was related to Black Flame. Of course, even though the various powers were investigating whether this incident was related to Black Flame, everyone in the Starlight Realm more or less knew the answer. The news of the Divine Seal Saint sending his subordinates to annihilate a miniature world had long spread across the entire Starlight Realm. Now that the army he dispatched to kill Black Flame was suddenly annihilated, anybody who said Black Flame was unrelated to this matter would be lying. However, once the various powers started their investigations, they quickly learned of shocking news. Of the players the Paimon conglomerate had sent into the miniature ancient world, over 99% of them had their qualifications to log into God's domain permanently deprived. As for the rest, although they still had the qualifications to log into God's domain, the system forced them to stay offline for 2 days. Although the various powers had tried to get more information out of these players, they failed to come up with much information since the Paimon conglomerate had issued a gag order. They only managed to find out 2 pieces of information. Firstly, Zero Wing, the guild behind Black Flame, possessed an extraordinary background, as it was revealed that the guild possessed an expert capable of suppressing White Owl, one of the Paimon conglomerate's 10 great paragons. The expert in question had even fended off the first wave of attack launched by the Paimon conglomerate's army. Secondly, an ancient god had appeared in the world passage. For a time, the various powers theorized that Zero Wing should have something to do with the ancient god's appearance. It was also through this method that Zero Wing managed to cause the Paimon conglomerate to suffer heavy losses. Meanwhile, the Paimon conglomerate's silence on the matter only served to cause everyone to suspect that Zero Wing shared close ties with the ancient god in question. While the Starlight Realms players and powers were in an uproar, a short-haired girl wearing a white shirt anxiously entered the top-floor conference room of a 3,000-tall skyscraper, the magnificent structure sitting in the middle of a floating steel city in the greater world. If Shi Feng was in this conference room, he would find that this valiant and extraordinary-looking girl looked somewhat similar to White Owl. Only compared to the White Owl in God's domain, the girl in the white shirt looked more mature and graceful. She was also close to reaching the 3-star mental strength Grandmaster standard already. Currently, there were around a dozen people seated in the conference room. After the girl in the white shirt entered the room, cold sweat rolled down her forehead as she was subjected to the mental pressure exerted by these people. White Owl, you should know why we called you here, right? Are you certain that man was evenly matched with an ancient god? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3322, Chapter 396, Zero Wings members. Chapter 3322, Chapter 396, Zero Wings members. Chapter 396, Zero Wings members. Star Lake City, God's Domain Association. Inside a room on the 490th floor, following the sound of a mechanical airlock opening, the door of the virtual gaming cabin in the room slowly opened. Immediately afterward, the cabin's alarm sounded, reminding the user that the cabin's supply of life potion had already reached critically low levels and was in need of replenishment. When Shi Feng stepped out of the gaming cabin, a feeling of overwhelming exhaustion promptly enveloped him, and he wanted nothing more than to crash into his bed and fall asleep. How close! That ancient god nearly got me, Shi Feng thought, inwardly celebrating as he grabbed a bottle of life potion from the fridge and drank it. If not for the shadow incinerator, letting me perfectly recreate my past self. Otherwise, even escaping wouldn't have been possible. Shi Feng was honestly surprised that his fight with the white-robed ancient god had triggered a space-time tide in the world passage, which, in turn, led to everyone being forcibly logged out of the game by the system. Personally, though, Shi Feng welcomed this forced log-out, as this meant that his character would disappear from God's domain, and the ancient god would have left after realizing that he was nowhere to be found. He also wouldn't have to fight for his life again once he logged back into the game. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt much better about his situation. Although the event this time was perilous, the Shadow Incinerator's performance far exceeded his expectations. The Incinerator's phantasm skill was especially incredible. Not only did it allow him to create an existence that was 2 tiers above him, but it also allowed him to perfectly recreate the weapons and equipment. If he hadn't been able to recreate the weapons and equipment he used during his previous life, even if he had managed to recreate his Tier 6 character, the ancient god could have still beaten him black and blue. Of course, the incredible skill also came with an incredible price, its activation causing his level to fall from 155 to 135. With the god of time's curse plaguing him, it would take him a considerable amount of time to recover these 20 levels. No wonder the Crimson Wing could slaughter ancient gods left and right. If the Shadow Incinerator can already exhibit such strength with 4 seals placed on it, it wouldn't be completely impossible for a Tier 6 player wielding the unsealed version to slay ancient gods. When Shi Feng thought about the 4 seals placed on the Shadow Incinerator, he couldn't help but grow a little excited. Undoing the seals did not require him to collect precious materials. The 4 seals were merely divine, might seals, so all he needed to do was attack these seals with mental objects. The only problem was that these 4 divine, might seals were much stronger than the one the Shadow Incinerator had placed on him previously. Not only did these 4 divine, might seals place incredibly complex barriers on the Shadow Incinerator, but they also had significantly tougher mental nodes. In his current state, he would have no hope of breaking these 4 divine might seals. However, if he made use of the ancient dragon's power, he could try to break the first complicated divine might seal after he officially reached Tier 5. The first seal wasn't particularly hard to analyze. With his abilities as a great grandmaster magician, he could locate the mental nodes given enough time. So long as he could lift the first seal, the Shadow Incinerator should become strong enough to let him stand his ground even against Tier 6 players. Subsequently, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. While Surefoam was still recuperating from his mentally weakened state, he received a message through his quantum watch, the message stating that the Star Lake Legion's selection had officially concluded. At the same time, the names of the top 1,000 participants were also announced. When the selection list was announced, many people in Star Lake City couldn't help but grow confused. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Surefoam remained in first place. On the other hand, Gentle Snow, who was previously ranked 10th in the selection, had fallen to 17th. However, Surefoam wasn't surprised by this outcome. Surefoam had long told Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul that so long as they could get into the selection's top 100, they could become official participants in the Star Lake Legion. Scoring any higher in the selection would only let him attract more attention from the Star Lake Legion's higher-ups. The benefits they received from the Legion wouldn't see any changes. Evidently, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul no longer bothered to test themselves after their first test. Instead, they had chosen to focus all their attention on improving themselves. Not to mention, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul were currently undertaking the Void Saint trial, so that was even more reason for them not to let themselves get distracted. The Void Saint class was special. Even at his peak during his previous life, Surefoam would have no choice but to flee if he came across a hostile Void Saint in the Void. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he got worn out and killed. Without a divine weapon, it was simply impossible for non-Void Saints to kill a Void Saint of the same tier in the Void. But isn't the Star Lake Legion a little too hasty? The selection has just ended, yet it is already looking to test all qualified participants without giving anyone time to rest. Surefoam didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the Star Lake Legion's invitation notice. Being able to join the Star Lake Legion so soon was naturally good news for him. After all, he would only be provided free accommodation in the God's Domain Association for 1 month, and he doubted he could secure himself a room in the association after this 1 month passed. He also needed to pay contribution points if he wanted to continue living in the city. Aside from the first month after he entered the greater world, he would be banished from the city if he failed to pay enough contribution points to Star Lake City in subsequent months. This was a rule that even the Star Lake Legion's commander would have to follow. However, for people who weren't mental strength grandmasters, earning contribution points in a city was incredibly challenging. Many people would fail to meet their monthly quota even if they worked 24 hours a day, every day. This was because every city could only accommodate a limited population. Yet, countless people were arriving at the greater world from various parallel worlds every day. As a result, every city could only supply a limited number of contribution points every day, and those seeking to stay in a city would have to fight for these points. To make matters worse, most of a city's contribution points would be in the hands of the city's powerful families and corporations. If a person did not join one of these powerful families or corporations, they would have much greater difficulty earning contribution points. However, it was a different story once a person became an official member of the Star Lake Legion. Official participants of the Legion would have plenty of ways to earn contribution points. The Legion would even award its official participants a fixed amount of contribution points every month, and participants only needed to earn a small amount of contribution points to pay their monthly residence contribution. After Surefoam finished reading the Star Lake Legion's message, he washed up himself and dragged his tired body to the Star Lake Training Center. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33:23, Chapter 397, Newcomers and Veterans, Chapter 33:23, Chapter 397, Newcomers and Veterans, Chapter 397, Newcomers and Veterans, Star Lake City, Star Lake Training Center. When Sherfong arrived outside the training center by car, the entrance was already crowded with people. Among these people, some were friends and families of those who had passed the selection, while some were the Star Lake Legion's reserve participants and members of the Star Lake City's various powerful families. Sherfong didn't think much of this scene and simply squeezed through the crowd. Every city legion would only recruit members once a year, and the day of the recruitment would be the liveliest day of the year for a city. It would also be a day when many people's fates would change. Apart from people who had passed a City Legion selection, the City Legion's reserve participants and members of the city's various powerful families would also be paying close attention to this annual recruitment. One could even say that the latter group was much more concerned over the City Legion's annual recruitment. It was true that those who managed to get into a City Legion selection's top 1,000 would be guaranteed a place in the City Legion. However, not all members in the City Legion would be of equal position. Upon joining a City Legion, a person would, first and foremost, be put into one of two main groups, official participants and reserve participants. Of the 1,000 people who passed the selection, the top 100 would be made into official participants, while the remaining 900 would be made into reserve participants. Subsequently, the City Legion was split into 3 tiers of official participants, and each tier would have numerous battle groups. Every battle group would receive different treatment from the City Legion based on their importance. Ace battle groups received the best treatment in the Legion, which showed in the contribution points they received each month. Even without doing anything, an Ace battle group member could pay their monthly residence contribution and have excess points that they could use to exchange for the city's limited resources. The city's limited resources were items highly coveted by the various corporations. An example of these limited resources would be the Stardew. Just 1 drop of Stardew could drastically improve the user's nervous response system and let the user recover up to 50 years of their youth. If a person consumed 1 drop of Stardew every year, their mental strength would naturally rise from the 1-star Mental Strength Master Standard to the 1-star Mental Strength Grandmaster Standard within 3 to 5 years. Even after a person became a Mental Strength Grandmaster, consuming Stardew could still speed up the improvement of their mental strength, letting them reach the 3-star Mental Strength Grandmaster Standard much more quickly. This would, in turn, give them a better chance at going beyond the Grandmaster realm. In addition, Stardew could let mental strength grandmasters better preserve their youthfulness. Typically, a mental strength grandmaster would have little to no chance of going beyond the grandmaster realm past the age of 100. However, if a mental strength grandmaster regularly consumed Stardew, they could extend this time limit to 150 years old. Unfortunately, because the various conglomerates monopolized the technology to manufacture Stardew, the various cities needed to go to great lengths just to exchange for a small amount. So, most cities could only afford to allocate their supply of Stardew to the members of their City Legion. Moreover, it would be at the price of 1 million contribution points per drop of Stardew. It should be known that the average civilian living in Star Lake City's suburbs only needed to pay a monthly residence contribution of 1,000 points. Even those living in the city center only needed to pay 3,000 points a month. Meanwhile, the average official participant in the Star Lake Legion would only receive 2,000 contribution points a month if they didn't participate in any city battles. If they completed commissions for the City Legion, they would receive about 100 contribution points per commission. So, It was nigh impossible for the average official participant to exchange a drop of Stardew. Only by joining an ace battle group and participating in every city battle available could a person have any hopes of exchanging a drop of Stardew when they reached the retirement age of 50. Therefore, it was of great importance that one joined an ace battle group when joining the Star Lake Legion. In the Star Lake Legion, each battle group could only have up to 50 members. Specifically, each battle group could have up to 20 regulars and 30 replacements. The regulars of each battle group would usually be the ones participating in city battles, and the replacements would take the place of the regulars if the regulars happened to be out of commission. As only those under the age of 50 could be in a city legion, there would be people retiring from the Star Lake Legion every year. This meant empty slots would be available in the various battle groups every year. While the minimum requirement to join a battle group was to be an official participant, reserve participants could try for one of these vacant slots. After all, the Star Lake Legion selection would only bring in 100 new official participants each year. Yet, the Star Lake Legion had nearly 200 battle groups spread across the 3 tiers. Thus, so long as a reserve participant could pass the basic test for official participants, they would be promoted into an official participant and qualify to join a battle group. However, things were a little different for ace battle groups. Unlike normal battle groups, led by 2-star mental strength grandmasters, the Star Lake Legion's ace battle groups were led by the Legion's vice commanders. In addition, ace battle groups only accepted 30 members instead of 50 to consolidate their resources. Meanwhile, the way newcomers could join an ace battle group was by defeating one of the 3 worst-performing replacement members of an ace battle group. Of course, the veterans of an ace battle group would be required to limit their strength so newcomers would more or less have a chance at winning. However, this chance would still have to depend on the strength of the 3 worst-performing participants. If a certain ace battle group's 3 worst-performing members were too strong, newcomers would have to choose another ace battle group or a normal battle group. After all, every participant only had 3 challenge attempts each year. If they failed all 3 of their attempts, they could no longer join a battle group for the rest of the year, and they would lose out on the opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points from city battles. When Shi Feng arrived at the training center's top floor, he came upon a spacious arena that could easily accommodate 100,000 people. Currently, there were a little over 20,000 people crowded in the middle of the arena, and every one of them was a member of the Star Lake Legion. Aside from the 1,000 people who had passed the selection this year, the rest of these Star Lake Legion members were either reserve participants from previous years or former official participants who had been eliminated from their old battle group. Unlike the newcomer participants, these veteran participants carried a hostile gaze that instilled fear into the various newcomers. Moreover, many of these veterans had already reached the 1-star mental strength Grandmaster standard, and their mere presence caused the newcomers around them to feel uncomfortable. Shortly after arriving in the arena, Shi Feng successfully grouped up with Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul. At this time, Gentle Snow was dressed in white, while Hidden Soul was dressed in black. However, while Gentle Snow wore a sports outfit that revealed very little skin, Hidden Soul's outfit consisted of a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of short pants. When the 2 of them stood together, they were like the sun in the darkness. Many participants in the arena couldn't help but be drawn by their beauty and temperament. "Are you all right, guild leader?" Gentle Snow worriedly asked when she saw Shi Feng's haggard face. "I heard that you and Commander Laura have caused a huge commotion while we were in the trial. Not only did an ancient god appear, but the system has even forced those of us inside the trial space to go offline." Hidden Soul also looked at Shi Feng with eyes full of curiosity. Just what kind of battle had taken place on the floating island for the system to forcibly log players out of the game? It should be known that even those challenging the Void Saint Legacy's trial were not spared. "Don't worry, I'm just a little overspent mentally. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Sherfong waved his hand. The situation outside has already been dealt with. So just focus on the trial and come out when you're done. While Sherfong and Gentle Snow were talking, several veteran participants nearby could be seen laughing and talking to each other. This year's number 1 doesn't look like much. Not only is he nearly the same age as me, but he's also only a 2-star mental strength master. A muscular man in his early 30s said as he looked at Sherfong, his voice full of contempt. Despite his age, the muscular man was already a 1-star mental strength grandmaster. How lucky of him to become an official participant with such low standards. If I had known this year's selection would be so easy, I would have waited 2 more years before trying for the City Legion. Standing next to the muscular man, a young man who was similarly a 1-star mental strength grandmaster, nodded and laughed, saying, "I know, right? The standard of this year's newcomers is terrible. They get to become official participants without facing any competition. But this is where their luck comes to an end. They'll get to learn how cruel reality is in a moment." The 2 veteran participants' banter irritated many of the newcomer participants nearby. However, there was nothing these newcomers could say to refute these veterans. The gap between mental strength grandmasters and mental strength masters was far too wide. The mental oppression of a 1-star mental strength grandmaster alone was enough to interfere with a 3-star mental strength master's ability to control their body. Fortunately, they would only be competing with each other through virtual battles. The difference in their mental strength would also only reflect in their weapons and equipment. While a 1-star mental strength grandmaster could manifest up to 6 fragmented legendary items and 1 legendary item, which was a lot more than the 4 fragmented legendary items that a 3-star mental strength master could manifest, the difference in equipment standard wasn't overwhelming. It was still possible to make up for this difference using combat standards. Not to mention, not all 1-star mental strength grandmasters could necessarily manifest 6 fragmented legendary items, let alone a legendary item. While the participants in the arena were talking among themselves, a group of people arrived on the arena's 2nd floor. The group was led by a woman with a wild but stunning appearance, and following this woman were about a dozen or so other people. Of the people following the woman, every one of them was a vice commander of the Star Lake Legion, and an existence known by all in Star Lake City. I don't like to spout nonsense. Since everyone is here, let's begin the enrollment test. The woman in the lead nonchalantly said after stepping onto the podium on the 2nd floor. "Whoever scored first place in the selection, step forward. We'll start with you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible."